Test, test. Joaquin, good? Test. Test, even though this is remote participant.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Check audio. Check audio. Test audio. Check audio. Test audio.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, those of you who are watching live stream. Just a reminder to the public, when open forum comes on the agenda, which is item 9, I do remind you that you do need to fill a yellow form. Those yellow forms are found outside in the circular table, and you are to turn them into Ms. Marilu Delgado, our administrative assistant. Okay? With that being said, I now call this Gadsden Independent School District Regular School Board meeting to order. Today is Thursday, April 11th, 2024. The time is 5:02. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Mr. Castillo,
Present.
Ms. Flores,
Present.
Mr. Lira, Ms. Murillo,
Present.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Present.
Madam President, we have established quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. Board Member Castillo, can you please read the mission statement?
The Gadsden Independent School District will provide diverse educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Moving on to item 3 on our agenda, Superintendent Dempsey's district updates and recognitions. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, thank you for joining us this evening. Got to start this night with a really difficult conversation, real different, but we just want to honor our Gadsden High School family lost someone this week, and we just want to pause for a minute, and I'm just going to ask for a moment of silence to remember the family of Arturo Ornales. Remember his family, remember him. He's a part of us, always will be, and just pause for a second. Thank you. Item B, project search recognition. Ms. Garcia is going to help us with this item.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I first want to thank you for supporting and reopening the project search program. We did start 3 months late, which the interns lost 10 weeks of training, but yet these 5 interns pushed through, worked hard, and still made progress. I introduce to you Angel Carrillo, Jose Catarino, Osvaldo Garcia, Juan Martinez, and Estrella Villanueva. Project Search is a partnership. It's not a single person, single business, it's a partnership. But before I recognize our partnerships, I want to say thank you first and foremost to our parents. You guys have been dedicated and support our interns, so thank you, parents. Our partnerships include UNM, Center for Developmental Disabilities. We have Marcy Hintz, Education Outreach Manager. Alex Rios, our statewide coordinator. We have New Mexico DVR. Eric Padilla, Area 3 Program Manager. All the DVR counselors and techs. We have New Mexico Department of Health. Isabel Casas, Arlene Murillo, and David Chavez. We have Se Puede, Luis Aguilera, who is our job developer, and Liz Perez, our skills trainer and my partner in crime. The Hive Education Center, which is Daisy Lita, she's the director and founder of the Hive Education Center, where we are with the host business there. And last but not least, GISD. Mr. Rapina, our SPED director. Mr. Rapina, thank you for your support. We have our 3 rehabilitation counselors, Olga Alvara, Arlene Tinajero, Nicole Ortiz, and the 3 job coaches, Brandon Villalobos, Stacy Fordham, and Nancy Grijalva. Oh, and the crazy project search instructor, Patricia Garcia. Before we watch a short video, I want to recognize Larry Melendez. He was our lead rehab counselor. And I know you're watching, Larry, so I just want to say, your labor and hard work did not go in vain. We are back up and running. And if you can please start the video. I'm Patricia Garcia. I'm the Project Search instructor. The program that we're involved in is Project Search. We're here at the host business, which is the Hive Education Center. Ms. Daisy is our host business liaison, and she basically gave us the open door to do our program here. Project Search is a program that affords all my interns, which they're already out of high school. They're postgraduate students that are getting trained, like hands-on training for employment. And basically that's the goal, is to get them prepared to be employed somewhere.
Hi, my name is Liz Perez, and I work for Se Puede Partnerships in Action. And my job here at the host with Project Search, I'm affiliated with Project Search as well. And I am a skills trainer for Project Search. So my job as a skills trainer is to come in to the host business with our interns and teach them their jobs.
Hello, my name is Jose Catarino. Right now I'm doing the teacher A floor, going to different classes, and I'm getting a little bit more understanding how to be with the kids, playing around with them, staying with them, giving my internship. They taught me to be with them. They're teaching me how to be with the kids, how to calm down when, how to move people, the kids to not be fighting or all that.
I'm Estrella Maria Villanueva, and I'm working at the Hive. I work with the kids, and right now they switched me positions. Right now I'm working in the kitchen. So I'm only gonna be like this for a few weeks, then I'm going back to the kids. It's actually been amazing. I like being actually more with the kids because I love kids. I'm in love with kids. And I also like it in the kitchen, but I think I like it more with the kids, but I really like it here. What I have done here is sometimes I put the kids to sleep, or we take them outside to the buggies. Right now in the kitchen I'm taking their lunches. We make their snacks, their lunch, and the breakfast also.
Project Search would not be happening without the Hive. When Miss Daisy said yes, that's where it all started. Because we missed August, September, October, and into November. It was the last week of November when the interns actually started. Miss Daisy is exceptionally giving. She's supportive. She's a big time team player, and I think that's why it's so successful.
The fact that they started here was a great thing. You know, everything happens for a reason. We were supposed to have another host business and it fell through. I've always believed that, you know, things happen for a reason, and I think that reason was because of the fact that we ended up with such a good hostess, with Daisy being our host business, that she's made it so comfortable for them that they have learned. They've been able to fail by when they're learning something. Of course, when we're learning, we're gonna have, you know, baby steps. We're gonna go forward and backwards. But here, it's not like people are on you and getting mad at you. They feel comfortable, so that's a good thing. You're thrown out in the world, and that doesn't happen sometimes. Sometimes you get to where you have some, you know, people that are not gonna be so kind. But everybody here has been so kind that it's made it easy for them, which is wonderful.
The first ones that helped me was Ms. Rebecca, Mr. Juan. They really helped me a lot with the kids. And they helped me to learn new things, how to do the things with kids, how the timing and stuff. And Miss Millie and Miss Stacy also been helping me a lot, to know what to do around the pre-K, what time do I have to go there, what time do I have to leave. and mostly other teachers have helped me a lot, but those 4 teachers really helped me a lot too.
They're good, they're friendly. We talk sometimes and all that. Like we said, she picked me home. First is Jasmine. She brought me here in the morning and all that. And I had to come in the bus because the bus come a little bit late. Like to be here a little bit early and for me my help. Thank you, Miss Stacy, for a lot of your help. And thank you for me to be here helping with you and all that.
So what you saw was just a glimpse. What you saw was just a glimpse of what our interns are doing on a daily basis. But I would like to highlight a few of their accomplishments. Jose, go ahead and stand. He actually moved out on his own, is renting his own studio apartment. Angel, go ahead and stand. He drives himself now to and from work and also helps his mom by picking up his sister from school every day. And 4 out of the 5 interns have already opened a checking savings account in their own name. And Estrella, she's going to enroll in some classes at DACC because she wants to obtain her early childhood certification. She wants to be a teacher assistant. And above that, she wants to eventually open her own nail tech shop and have her own business. So with that, I just implore you all just to continue to support Project Search. Thank you.
Ms. Garcia, if you and the students can come up for a picture, and then all the adults that are present that were mentioned, don't be shy, come over here. Nicole, come over here. She's a class of 1994 Panther.
Oh, it has wheels.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for your hard work with that. Next item, item C, we have the National Hispanic Institute, and we had some Gadsden ISD participants. Ms. Legareta is going to help us with this item.
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey, I have our counselor, Maria Dominguez, to introduce what the program is and our students.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Superintendent Dempsey, board members, family, and friends. I would like to introduce 3 extraordinary Gadsden High School students who, with their leadership and hard work, have spearheaded the recruitment for this amazing program that they will be presenting. Their unselfish dedication in helping their fellow classmates experience this great opportunity is admirable. It is my honor to introduce Kimberly Nevares, Raymond Enriquez, and Danae Munoz. And I could not, there's no words to express how proud I am of them. They have worked so hard to make this program work and to really get it off the ground. And without their help and their leadership, like I mentioned before, it really wouldn't have gone very far, to be honest with you. But they are extraordinary. They are leaders at the high school, and they're Gadsden High School Panthers.
Yes. Good afternoon, Gadsden School Board and parents and students. We had a presentation, I believe it was sent to the school board. If you guys could pull that up, please. All right, so as you may have heard, I am Raymond Enriquez. I am the lead Southern recruiter for the National Hispanic Institute, and I'm joined with my other co-recruiters.
I'm Danae Munoz. I was a recruiter for the LDZ as well as the Collegiate World Series.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Nevares, and I'm also a recruiter for the LDZ.
All right, next slide. So we have a lot to share about the National Hispanic Institute program. Normally, the students have already heard about this. We did present to all the schools here at Gadsden Independent School District. So the primary focus is to empower Hispanic students. And we normally don't do that through civic, we do that through civic programs. And we try to focus away from the civil rights movement and mainly focus on the power that students have now with the assets that they have. We try to stray away from a deficit mindset, and students will learn about this all throughout our week-long summer programs that we have. And we'll talk about the programs next.
So NHI, we recruited for 2 programs, and that was the Inicio Dennis Chavez New Mexico Lorenzo de Zavala Youth Legislative Session, and that is actually hosted at the University of New Mexico. We were actually able to recruit from all 4 schools, Altavista, Chaparral, Santa Teresa, as well as Gadsden High School. So that was a big turnout, as well as recruiting for the Rocky Mountain Collegiate World Series, and that was available to only juniors. The LDZ is a program that focuses on building leadership and speaking skills and just being able to put yourself out there and meet people all throughout New Mexico. As for the Collegiate World Series, it's a program for students to learn about the college process, how applications work, the common application, and just an opportunity to learn things that oftentimes students in this area don't have access to.
Next slide, please. So who is selected for these NHI programs? So like we mentioned before, a lot of our programs are based on building leadership. So many of our schools that attend through these NHI programs must have at least a 3.2 GPA. And there's only 150 students selected throughout the whole state to participate in the New Mexico LDZ. So even being chosen is a huge, huge honor for all of you guys that are here present here today. And there are only 50 students will be able to attend to the Rocky Mountain CWS. However, all these programs are based on building leadership for our future and making sure the assets we have in our community are also, they're providing more and more opportunities for future generations.
All right, next we're going to talk about the leadership. This is one of the main skills that we learned at NHI, whether it be the New Mexico Lorenzo de Zavala Youth Legislative Session or the Rocky Mountain Collegiate World Series. So at these programs, these students will utilize persuasion, articulation, and resilience to help them throughout the week at the New Mexico LDZ and at the CWS. At the New Mexico LDZ, students will take positions as state legislators, state representatives, Supreme Court justices, governors, everything that works with government, and they'll be pushing their own laws, their own rules in the state as if they were the ones running New Mexico. At the CWS, like Danae had said, they will be learning about the college application process, they'll be learning directly from students who are from highly selective universities, whether it be Harvard, Yale, Dartmouth, Columbia, Chicago, you name it. We have any college program, and it's truthfully a unique experience just learning from highly selective colleges firsthand.
Well, this is probably one of the biggest aspects of it, and that's networking. As I mentioned before, for the LDZ held at the University of New Mexico, you're going to meet people all throughout the state. You're going to meet people from Albuquerque, from Portales, from down south, everywhere. And it's going to be an opportunity to just make new friends and see what other people are doing, how they're going about their high school careers. And it's really an opportunity to learn from people, and it's truly a wonderful experience. As far as the CWS, I personally attended both of these programs. The CWS, you see people all throughout the world. There was people from Mexico, from Sinaloa, you name it, they were there. So you just get to see so many cultures, how people do things differently, how they go about their high school in an entirely different country, not just the United States, different countries. And so it's a wonderful experience to meet new people, network, see what they're doing, and see maybe it gives you an idea of what you want to change, or say, you know what, I'm on the right track.
So at NHI, we focus on various teaching techniques for our students. So a little insight about what the students will learn is that we focus on giving back to their communities. So as Raymond mentioned, we focus a lot of asset-based building, which basically, in other terms, we called it the community equity building, which basically means is that we build leaders in our communities, so when they get a college degree, they come back and they provide for the communities to better for communities. So that's the main focus with NHI all around. And we also provide them with creatable, sustainable, long-lasting solutions. As we mentioned in LDZ, you are to make your own laws and pass them. So with that, you have that opportunity to create solutions for the future of our generations. And as for CWS, like how my partner Danae mentioned, is that you get the opportunity to learn about the common applications for college, how to get networking, and you meet a lot of great people also to help you with the whole process of essays and all the general information that comes through when applying for college.
So as far as experiences, I'm going to talk about the LDZ first. For the LDZ, Ramon had mentioned you actually go, as you can see in the pictures, go into the chambers of New Mexico senators. So it's an eye-opening experience. You go down to the actual capital, down in Santa Fe, and you get to experience what it is like for these people who are making large decisions for the state of New Mexico. Not to mention, as far as being at the University of New Mexico, if you did not know this, people actually get to stay in the dorms. So for a week long, students are getting to experience what it's like to be a college student, essentially. They eat at the dining hall there at University of New Mexico. It's heavily guided by the counselors there, but it's a really independent experience. It's going to be eye-opening for the students going. Parents are probably going to see a big difference in their kids and their independence, just because it's a really wonderful opportunity for people to get an idea of, okay, I'll be okay when I go to college, you know? As far as the CWS, that is held at the University of Denver. When you go to that program, it's the same thing. You stay at the dorms there at the University of Denver, you get to eat at the University of Denver, and as a matter of fact, they take you downtown on the subway stations, so it's a really fun experience. It's eye-opening if you've never been to that area, and it really gives you an idea of two very different cities.
All right, and now we would like to welcome the leaders that were selected from throughout GISD. This is the first time in the past 3 years that the LDZ has been present in New Mexico, that we have all 4 high schools or upper education from Gadsden, from GISD represented in NHI. So as I call your name, please feel free to come up and we'll have you recognized. For starters, we have myself, as a DDC resident and umpire for the CWS and New Mexico, Lorenzo de Zavala. Danae Munoz, who was selected as an umpire for the University of Denver's Collegiate World Series, and Kimberly Navarez, who was selected as a junior counselor for the NMLDZ. Our participants from Gadsden High School are Christian Gonzalez Hernandez, Giselle Guzman. If you can get in front of the school board, like on the stage, you're good. Jennifer Lopez Salazar, Emma Martinez, Brian Romero, Eileen Reyes and Marlene Reyes, Andres Rodriguez, and Evelyn Rodriguez. Now from, sorry, you can go ahead and applaud. Now from Santa Teresa High School, we have Maya Castro, Dante Flores, Cel Portillo, Isaiah Sanchez, and David Rubio. Next, from Chaparral High School, we have Elizabeth Salas, Francisco Torres Cantu, Alexa Chavez, Angelina Flores, and Fernanda Orduño. And now from Alta Vista Early College High School, we have Brianna Hernandez. So this is our complete roster from GISD who were accepted into the New Mexico, into the New Mexico LDZ, and some of the juniors will be attending the University of Denver's CWS. They are all now, well, after you guys finish the program, you will all be National Hispanic Institute alumni, and congratulations on your acceptance. Next slide, please. You guys stay up here for the photo. So if parents, if you know anyone, teachers, principals, if you know anyone, please take a photo of that contact information. This program is crucial for people that are sophomores and juniors. It gets them so far into life, into highly selective colleges that they probably would have never even thought they could get into. And it gives them so much hope for our future, because in all honesty, the students that you're seeing up here, they are the future of New Mexico, possibly even the country. And I'm so glad to spend this summer with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think we all agree it's very nice when we see all high schools working together for the benefit of the Gadsden kids, and so that's terrific. Okay, next presentation is a representative from New Mexico Department of Health. It's a vaping presentation, or anti-vaping presentation, I believe, Ms. Chu.
Is it okay if I step myself out? Okay. Hi, good afternoon to the board, to parents, administration, everybody else. My name is Jimena. I'm here from the New Mexico Department of Health. I'm here with my coworker, Melissa. Melissa, say hi. Just kidding. And we're here to present on a program that we've been working on with Stanford Medicine, and we've implemented it in Sierra County and some schools in Doña Ana County to see if it might be of interest to you all. So, we can go to the next slide.
I was gonna mention.
Okay, thank you. So basically, this is just background information that I can email to you all, but right now vaping is a very big problem in all the schools. right now we have seen a rise in middle school and even some elementary schools that kids are vaping. And so we can go to the next slide. Okay, so in this program, Stanford Medicine recruited 11 sites nationwide of high schools and middle schools, and the average age of the students that were surveyed was about 16.3 years old. 71% of them at these 11 schools nationwide reported that they did vape. And then we can go to that. Thank you. So they took this program, and at the end of the program, 60% of students were willing to quit the use of vapes, and 95% of students reported learning something new. Okay, so this is just some background and data. So right now, Latino students are actually even more impacted with some in-school suspension policies. So their grades drop about 1.39% in their GPA, and American Indian and Alaska Natives drop about 1.33 points. So vaping could be seen as an ACE, and so the authors of several studies recommended replacing exclusionary practices with educational practices, and this is the program that we're offering. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next one, sorry. Okay, so the Stanford Tobacco Prevention Toolkit was based on Dr. Yvonne Halpern, who has been helping us out as well. Her research on adolescent tobacco use, perceptions, and decision-making. So this model is theory-driven, so it has the behavioral skills model, the theory of planned behavior, and the information, motivation, and behavioral skills model, sorry. Thank you. So basically, this program is geared for students who have been caught using e-cigarettes. We do have a program for cannabis, but right now we've been piloting the vaping one. So there are 2 versions, and we do know that time is limited, but the best course of action for these students is the one that we're implementing right now in Sierra County and some schools of Doña Ana County, which is called My Healthy Futures. And then, yes. Okay, so at best practice, we would recommend that our curriculum be used as like an educational opportunity in lieu of suspension. I do know that right now there's a lot of in-school suspension, so this is only about a 40 to 60 minute self-paced curriculum. So we do understand that this would be like a program implemented, not necessarily a change in any of your policies or procedures. Okay, thank you. So yes, as I mentioned, the My Healthy Futures course is a 40 to 60 minute self-paced course that the students do on their own. It is interactive. I do have copies of what it would look like, and I'll hand them out right now. And it basically teaches them about what it does to your body, the costs of using, because we do have a cost calculator, and helping them cope with stress and provide students resources to quit. Okay, and then these are just some steps. We can skip it. It's for when they do it. And then we can skip that one as well. Sorry about that. Okay, and so we also have a letter to the parent or guardian just to inform them that they will be taking this course if the student so chooses and if the guardian so chooses. And I think it's a really great educational program. And we also have steps to quit. And so that's why my colleague from the Nicotine Use Prevention Program is here, because she's part of the quitting portion. So basically, once they take this My Healthy Futures course and they decide, yes, I want to quit, we also offer free one-on-one coaching sessions for each student to help them quit. So they will be talking to a therapist or counselor and going through the steps of quitting one-on-one until they can fully, get rid of the vaping addiction. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can go to the next slide, sorry. Thank you. And this program is completely free, as well as the Quit Now resources, and it's all through the New Mexico Department of Health. And so that's what I wanted to present on for everybody, in case anybody is interested. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions? I don't know if it's like interactive.
Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Oh, okay.
I actually do, so you're proposing to come into our school district, or do you have any?
I'm just proposing the program, and then I can help you implement it, and again, it's completely free. But that's what this was for, is just to present to the board and to the students and the teachers, whoever is here, if they're interested.
Okay, and Mr. Dempsey and his team will be in contact with you.
Yes, okay, sounds good. Well, yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll leave these out here with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, we have our student representative with student activities, and this is Leah Chavez, who is a senior at Gadsden High School.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Superintendent Dempsey, and members of the board. As Mr. Dempsey said, I am Leah Chavez, and I am a senior district representative for Gadsden High School. I wanted to share some of our students' hard work and community members and what they have accomplished these past few weeks. So first, I wanted to congratulate those students that were accepted into the LDZ and the Collegiate World Series, and the students that were accepted to come back and staff this summer. I am one of the students who was accepted to come staff at the Collegiate World Series, and I wanted to express my sincere gratitude to the state of New Mexico, who is paying for all of these students to go to these programs completely free. Tuition for the Collegiate World Series is usually around $1,000 per student, and these students get to go free of cost with free transportation. So a lot of our students are going to be flying out from the airport and going all the way to Colorado and coming back free of charge, and they're going to be able to experience all these programs. I also wanted to thank Gloria de Leon. I know she's watching right now. She watched the whole presentation. She is the co-founder of the National Hispanic Institute. She really inspired me, Raymond, and Danae and Kimberly to bring these programs to the Gadsden Independent School District. Secondly, I wanted to congratulate our students this week who completed the PSAT and SAT at our school. It was a rough day, I know, but our students got through. We also had our second annual GISD Parent Institute at our school yesterday. It was a big hit. I could hear it all over our school. There was a bunch of people going out and celebrating. It looked really fun. I also wanted to highlight that we started Boys and Girls Young Guns for 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. We have multiple elementaries coming and playing basketball. The whole community is there. We have a bunch of parents, and we have our girls and boys basketball team helping, working together, and reffing for these kids to gain experience. I also wanted to highlight our tennis, baseball, and softball teams who all have games or meets or anything like that all throughout the week. They've been working really hard, and it shows. I also wanted to highlight one particular student who already qualified for state in track. His name is Aaron Estrada. He qualified for javelin within a few weeks, which is really crazy and insane. They still have half of their season to go, and he already qualified for state, so he'll be heading to Albuquerque in late May. I also wanted to highlight our athletic training students. We are preparing to go to state on April 22nd. So they are studying really hard, so hopefully we can win first place for the 4th time in a row, I think. Our cheerleaders also went to state this last weekend, and they got 4th place, which is really good in state. And lastly, I wanted to highlight how we're getting ready for the 8th graders who are coming to our school next year. It's going to be a change, but I know we're getting ready for it. We built a gate around the Old English, and we have that whole Old English ready for the 8th graders. But yeah, that is what our students and our faculty and all our community has been up to these last few weeks.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey. Moving on to board member reports. Board member Castillo.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I feel great, man. These recruiters they handle themselves excellent. If this is our future, I can sleep good. I mean, I was impressed. Jesus, you know, I feel good about my future, about their future. I was one of the 3 that went to the National Board Association conference in Orleans, and when you go there, any one of our conferences, we go, we learn. Obviously, this one, national, you get everybody, you know, I mean, there's a ton of ideas. The one thing that resonated with me is that couple of 2-3 of the breakouts that I went, all the superintendents, all the school districts there, they say, you know what, we are all unique. We're all different, just like our 5 high schools are all different. but we have the same challenges, right? We have the same challenges, and what might work for us might not work for you guys, but it's food for thought. And I mean, there's a ton of ideas. There was a Wyoming, they're struggling like we're struggling with finding teachers. One of their struggles is they said that the average rent there for a 763-foot apartment, I guess, $3,700 a month. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, the superintendent herself, when she got the job, she was all for it. And when she showed up there, she said, what did I do? But I mean, we all have the same struggles. You know, they're trying as hard as they can to fill those vacancies. You know, they're coming up with ideas, just like, you know, we are. Obviously, you know, that same challenge, I don't know that the same answers that we would go here, but you know, we're all, as a country, as you guys as educators, we're all facing same challenges, but just remember that it might not work for, you know, it's amazing. But the one thing I did, you get out of there revived with new ideas, with new hope, because you know, they find things, solutions. It's just a matter of trying to, you know, fit them here. Will they work? And how do we tweak them to make them work? But again, it was a great conference. You know, I was told, you know, you leave there ready for a whole new year, ready with ideas and ready, you know, hopefully we can find a way to make them, you know, not make them work here, but, you know, find ideas that to say, you know, they're struggling, we're struggling, we can come up with ideas. But great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Moving on to Vice President Rodriguez.
I always come in and close the lights, close the blinds. I close the blinds as soon as it starts getting dark.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank Ms. Leah Chavez. Obviously, they have a lot of things going on, right? And that's why they don't stay for the whole board meeting. But hearing them bring the report from their school and the great things that are happening, it's always a great thing. Project Search. I know that had been a conversation for quite a while, and you know, seeing the things that they have accomplished. You know, we just want to continue it, right? I mean, who wouldn't? And well, thank you to everyone that's working with that project and with the kids, right, with the students. Absolutely thanking Daisy Lira for stepping up and supporting. That's what we need, right? We need people that are out there that are willing to help, and it's of great benefit, not only to their organization, their company, but also mainly for the students. So thank you for doing that. The other thing is the LDC and the CWS. Definitely Ms. Gloria de Leon. It's a pleasure to hear from her, you know, and the excitement that she shows towards this. She is in charge of the LDC, but also doing the CWS. And hearing that the state is supporting, you know, obviously shows us that this is something that's worthwhile, right? And so the students I know will be having great opportunities as Mr. Ramon was saying, you know, they'll be staying at the university. So first, some of them will be going, or all the ones that were here will be going to UNM, and then a few of the ones that were here will be doing the world one, the Collegiate World Series, and so they'll have even a bigger opportunity. So it's great, as Mr. Dempsey mentioned, you know, seeing the three high schools being part of this. And I know those 3 students worked very hard, because that's the only reason I heard about it, you know, because they were like really pushing it. So that's great. And having the support from administration, right? But them taking charge and making sure that they're inviting other kids, other students, and letting them know what it's about. So that's wonderful. The other one, I attended the Parent Institute yesterday, and Arlene and I are wearing the shirt that everyone was wearing there, you know, everyone that was part of the team. it was amazing, amazing. I don't have words to state how awesome it was. I attended the workshops. The parents had a opportunity to attend 3 workshops, and then they had a ton of different booths that the parents could go to talk about them receiving books for their kids. There was a lot of books. So that's wonderful, because that's what we need. We need our kids to remember that, yes, electronics are good, but also having a book physically in front of them. So thank you for everyone that organized it. I know Ms. Tarazona was running from one place to another, but she had a bunch of staff there supporting there as well. So please, parents, this is the second year that this has happened, and I know that it's even going to get bigger and better as we progress. So please remember, next year there will be a parent institute, and so please join. And the next thing would be as Mr. Castillo was stating, we went to the National School Board Association conference over in New Orleans, and for me, just briefly, I agree with everything that he said, and for me personally, it inspires me, and it reminds me why it is that I'm here. And to continue working for the well-being of the students, right? And I think that's our main goal. And just hearing everything that's presented, yes, we are unique. And sometimes most of the time, I'm very excited to hear them talk, and I'm like, yes, Gadsden is doing that, or yes, Gadsden has already passed that. So it's an honor to see, and it's not because of one person, right? There's many people here in the district that are doing great things as staff, the teachers, and of course, we have great students. So I think we have a great community, and again, going to those conferences only reminds us that we need to continue working to make this even better. And the last thing is that I saw Loma Linda Elementary, they had a gifted showcase. It's online. I encourage everyone to see that. Hearing the kids, they were talking about the bearings and just all these huge words, and these were elementary kids. So them talking about the activities that they did and what it was that they did. And the awesome thing that I really, really loved is the fact that we have some kids, presenting in Spanish, and we had kids that were presenting in English. So please take time to see it. It's on YouTube. And just, again, it reminds us that our kids are so bright and they have great potential, and we need to continue supporting them, right? And it takes a village. It's almost cliche, but it's true. It does take a village. In order for them to excel, it needs to be all of us. So thank you, everyone, for all that you do for our kids, and let's keep working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Moving on to Secretary Murillo.
Good evening, everybody. I also attended the NSBA. I do want to mention a couple of things that had really been in my mind since I came back. When at least for me, when I come and I sit here, I have certain focuses, and my focus since I joined the board was giving students a voice, but in their well-being and for them to succeed. But then I attended this workshop, and they said, they gave us a little activity where they had a battery, and they said, they were asking us, where are you in the battery? So people said 75%, 50%, and then the speaker said, stop trying to put everybody at 100%. Let's meet everybody where you at, and let me walk with you, because what if you don't want to be at 100%? So that made me reflect a lot, because yes, I want students, I want everybody up here, but maybe they don't want to be there. Let's meet them where they at. But also, it made me realize that to look forward, to look for the best interests of the teachers, of the employees, and their well-being. We learned, Mr. Castillo was sitting there in that session too, a wellness day, and they had an amazing idea, which I will not share because I really want to bring that here at Gadsden. I think it was amazing, and I think you guys will really enjoy it. But he's right. Everybody shared the same challenges. They just look a little bit different. They came from rural communities, and we have a lot in common. So I don't feel like we're that behind anymore. as when I joined the board, the more and more I go to these conferences and I learn and I sit in these sessions, they're just very inspirational. We got to see Ruby Bridges. She was the first African-American to attend public schools, and I mean, talking about someone being humble. Still until this day, she was amazing. We had I forgot his name, but he was the CEO of the Special Olympics. And then we had Richard Montañez, which is the creator of the Hot Cheetos. But one thing that I really, really liked about him, it was that he said that for every challenge, there's an opportunity. And so that brought me back to the project search. They went through so many challenges, and even individually, and seeing Mr. Catarino moving out and getting his own apartment, getting his bank account, and being employed, like he's now going to be employed. I just think it's amazing that we all came together as a team, right, to think outside of the box and really create opportunities for the kids and for you guys. Also, what else? I went to the Parent Institute as well, and yes, I mean, I was only able to be there for a little bit, but I mean, amazing. The ballet folklórico, I mean, those little kids, they did not look so little being there. I mean, they look like professionals, and just the people being there, you know, the teachers, the staff, Ms. Sarazón, I mean, it's amazing job. Thank you so much for inviting us, and I'm so happy that I was able to be there for a little bit. And I asked, how was it last year? Because I didn't know where to compare. They said, oh no, it was nothing like this. It's bigger and better. And I'm like, wow. So they said, I think connections and relationships and network is huge, and knowing your community is huge. Ms. Daisy Lira has been in the community for years, right? She's a graduate from Santa Teresa. She has always been very focused on giving back to the community, and now she's the host side base. She's just so involved, and I think it's huge that we take advantage of those relationships. One thing that Mr. Richard Montañez said, he said, it's not about how many people you know, it's getting to the right people. And so I encourage you guys to really target that network. Mr. Jerry Pacheco, I mean, huge advocate for us, huge resource that we have, and extremely involved, and he employs some of our students as well when they graduate. So I'm really, really happy. I'm super excited coming back from New Orleans, and I feel very humble being here and being with Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Castillo. And it's also professional development for us because we get to bond. we sit here and we just really, it's just all about business. We go to Santa Fe, we go to Albuquerque, and we just learn. It's just a lot of learning. But when we go to these conferences, it really brings us together, and we really get to exchange sessions. There's so many sessions throughout the day. I think I counted like 17 a day. And it was interesting seeing that we kind of agree in some of the sessions because we were running into each other in some of them. I fight a lot with Mr. Castillo, and we disagree in a lot of things, but I think deep down, we have the same goal because we spend a lot of time together, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity because we see each other in a different level. And so I get questioned a lot, and I am gonna say it. They said, you know, you guys go to these trips and you guys get to have fun, but we don't leave the conferences. We're there like 8-10 hours a day. It's a lot of learning. And then even when we go and have dinner together, we talk about the conference, you know, when we're excited and we start sharing, and you heard about this and you heard about that, and Mr. Dempsey, what can we do in Gadsden with this? So for him, he gets bombarded with like all this information, but when we bring things and when we bring ideas to you guys, most of the time is things that we learned at those conferences. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Board Member Lira. Is he online? Okay. don't believe he's on there. Okay, so moving on, I'm gonna give my board member report. So if the crowd that's wondering why did Flo does not go to the New Orleans, I usually attend these events at work and personal matters. But I'm very glad to see my colleagues got the opportunity to go, and that's, saw their postings on Facebook, and so that is awesome that they're bringing new ideas. So it's awesome to see y'all coming back fresh and renewed and inspired. Moving on, let's see. I also want to take the time to thank Novia Tarazona and everybody, single person that's involved in the background, behind the backgrounds to be able to plan and such a successful event. I apologize for not attending. It's testing season is upon us, and so at work, that's what I was doing. But thank you so much for that, and thank you for the bag and the shirt. Let's see. I did want to also, when it was I think the weekend before Easter, I do want to thank the National Honor Society, Mr. Viramontes, the sponsor at Chaparral High School, Principal Victoria Lopez. Thank you so much for having that event. It's an annual event that's been happening in our school out there in Chaparral High School. Thank you, because it's wonderful to see all the community of Chaparral coming out. I also wanted to, I did attend that one. I also attended, thank you, Coach Scott. He is one of the PE educational assistants at Sunrise Elementary. He does so much for our community. And so he had invited me to go throughout the first football, for flag football. And so Chaparral High School and Chaparral community, one day I know that we will, do good in football, but most importantly, it's about having fun. But this is an excellent way to start building those skills, not only of young male students, but also female students, because girls can also play football. So that's an awesome opportunity to see that. I wanted to take the time also, as you all might know, it is National Autism Awareness Month. It is awesome to see our campuses throughout our district having celebrating our kids with autism and realizing that they are much more than a label. They are people, with the voice, even if maybe sometimes they can't articulate, but they are human beings and we need to be there for them. So thank you so much for all those activities. Wanted to also take the time to acknowledge our librarians and library assistants. I think last week was National Library Day. Sometime this week was National Librarian Workers Day. So thank you to our librarians and thank you to our library assistants. I also wanted to give a shout out to our assistant principals. That was National Assistant. Hopefully all our principals recognize our assistant principals, all the work they do, with testing season upon. There's a lot of hours that go into that. And so, thank you, APs. I also wanted to thank all schools as administrators who gave our students the opportunity to view the eclipse. Thank you to those who were prepared by purchasing or providing eclipse classes. That's a wonderful opportunity. And some of our campus were able to have our kids outside to view the eclipse. Sometimes it is a one-in-a-lifetime experience, so thank you to all the administrators that have provided that opportunity for our students, whether at the elementary or secondary level. Then I did notice some of our sponsors posting on Facebook. I saw our sponsor at Santa Teresa High School, Valerie Sanchez. I think there was some esports. I love the fact she posted not only from Santa Teresa High School, but also Gadsden and Chaparral. Good luck as that season starts getting into way. And I just remind the community to go out and support our kiddos. It is spring sports. Go out and support our kiddos. Let's see. And then I also wanted to acknowledge the Hispanic program. I'm not sure what it's called. That's taking place at the 3 comprehensive high schools, but I didn't want to leave out Ms. De La Garza. You also have that program going on in your high school. And I would ask the Superintendent Dempsey is that, what can we do at DPA, because our kids at Desert Pride Academy also deserve an opportunity to engage in that program. Let's see. And then I was going to say, like I said, it's testing season is upon us. All that we ask is that you do your best, show what you've learned. And thank you to the teachers who are they're the soldiers in the trenches who work with our kids on a daily basis. Thank you for all you do. And kids, it's your opportunity to show us, what you've learned, and just do your best. I know some of us do get nervous when it comes to testing. Take a deep breath and blow the candles, and you're going to be fine. And then I did want to remind our class of 2024, whether you're Rattlers, whether you're Lobos, Warriors, Panthers, what else did I leave out? Owls. Did I get everybody? Mighty Owls. Remember that, right now is the season. If you have not applied for, what is it? Oh my goodness. When they admit you at admission, FAFSA's not too late. Scholarships, there's a bunch of scholarships out there. Sometimes it's only a matter of filling it out because some people are not filling it out. And so I would encourage, I do currently have a senior, and I'm like, ándale, apúrate, But I remind our parents who have upcoming seniors next year, whether they're freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and I got one right here that's going to have a senior. My advice would be start having them write essays, just general essays, because then what you can do is all you do is revise and edit to fit the theme or topic, and it works beautifully. So, it's never too late. Start doing that. So it helps you. And then the last thing I wanted to say is I really like what you said, Mr. Castillo. It gave you hope, and hang on, let us all hang on to hope, because hope is actually what changes lives on a daily basis. So that's awesome to hear from my colleagues that they had a wonderful time in New Orleans. I'm gonna tell you something funny. I was gonna send you a text to my colleagues. The closest that I got to New Orleans was Friday, because I didn't get to go, was Friday evening in the restroom of Popeye's Chicken, and there it said, New Orleans. Me la perdí, ni modo. That concludes my report for this evening. Moving on to Human Resource Report. That is there for public knowledge. No action is required on behalf of the school board. Okay, moving on to item 6, modification of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda as is.
Board Member Castillo has made a motion to accept the agenda as is. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 7, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the regular school board minutes for March 19th, 2024.
Ms. Rodriguez has made a motion, as she stated, to accept those minutes for March 19, 2024. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to consent agenda, are there any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the items listed? With that being said, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda as is.
Okay, Mrs. Rodriguez has made a motion to accept the consent agenda as is. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to open forum, Ms. Delgado, do we have any speakers this evening?
Madam President, we do have open forum.
Thank you. We do have one speaker this evening. I do remind any speakers that come forward this evening that you will be given 5 minutes, and the timer is up there on the screen. I do also remind you is that to please, I know Dr. Mota is always reminding me to speak directly into the speaker, so speak nice and clear, nice and loud into the speaker so that we can help you. If you need help adjusting, Mr. Carmona and his team can come and help you with the microphone. If you want to go ahead and hold the microphone, I don't see a problem if that's better for you. But with that being said, before I call our one and only speaker this evening to address the board, is that the board discourages personal attacks upon staff personnel or any other persons in attendance or absent by individuals who address the board. Any person making public comments shall be solely responsible for the content of his or her comments. The board neither adopts nor assumes responsibility for any comments made by individuals during public comment. Presenters are cautioned that statements or representations concerning others that are false and damaging to a person's reputation may subject the presenter to civil action for defamation. The board prohibits personal threats and the use of obscenity. Such speech is not protected and will not be permitted. The board further prohibits disruptive conduct. Disruptive conduct will not be tolerated. Any violations may result and the removal from the premises. And then I do remind our speaker and any others for the future is that your contact person is always Superintendent Dempsey, and he reserves the right to assign team members of his leadership team to help you out with whatever situation you may have. With that being said, I call to the podium Ms. Mayra Nunez. Good evening, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm still nervous as this is not something normal for me to do. So I wrote it down this time. I have Miss Eva. She'll be helping me out and making me feel a little bit better on this. Okay, my name is Mayra Nunez and my son's name is Jaden. Jaden was officially diagnosed with autism level 3 in January 2023, but he was showing early signs of autism in the early stages of his life. He was evaluated at 18 months, and since then he has been receiving services to support his needs. When Jaden turned 3 years old, I was encouraged to enroll Jaden in pre-K classroom here with Gadsden Independent School District to continue his services and of course develop his social skills. In 2023-2024 school year has not been the best experience for us. Jaden's pre-K teacher made it very difficult for us to feel safe and trust within Jaden's needs. In November 2023, because of teachers' negligence and lack of understanding towards Jaden's specific needs as parent, we were forced to move Jaden to Santa Teresa Elementary to attend the pre-K classroom there. When that change took place, we were informed that there was no SLP for the classroom to provide him with speech and language services, and that the district was actively seeking an SLP for that vacancy. In January 2024, I began to follow up asking for updates, in which I discovered that there was no SLP position, not even posted in the portal, the Gadsden website. This was very concerning for me as a parent. From this point, it has been a constant back and forth between multiple leaders within the school district. Ms. Bando, Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Rabanat, and each individual listened to my concerns, empathized with me, took notes, indicated that they would look into it, stated that they would follow up, and after close to 3 months, I didn't see any changes or follow-ups. I feel like each time of the conversation, I just hit the rock bottom until I came to the last board meeting here in the Gadsden complex. I will acknowledge that as of March 25th, Jaden started receiving services at Santa Teresa Elementary. It was long, five and a half months, and you might ask yourself, what is the mom doing here again, right? I'm here to advocate for my child and other students that have not been receiving services. Although my child's speech service has been started up again, how long will this last? It is time that we value our support staff within this district. Having a child with autism has taught me many things, but have learned most is the value of the great team to support every aspect of the child development. So we must do better for this. And I was listening through the whole presentation of everybody else, right? And everybody is talking about teamwork, but is there really teamwork here? I have to go from one department to one department, going to, like I said, hitting rock walls, every little thing. I know that there was a position posted for SLPs, and as for Monday, there was no posted in there. The last board meeting, I know that we talked about the Riverside Elementary having an on-track center, right? And it was posted on the Facebook page about seeking positions, I believe, for that school. But I also asked, what about the SLPs? when I was going through all these problems and stuff like that, I reached out to 5 SLPs that I was aware of that, that they work for other facilities to ask, like, hey, come help us out. I'm not even working for the school district yet again. I'm over here trying to pull people to the school district to help out. I understand that my kid is barely in pre-K, and my husband asked, he's like, why are you doing this, Myra? Why are you doing this? They already provided the services, but I was like, you have to understand, this is barely pre-K. He's 4 years old at this point right now, but we have a long way to go in the school district.
Ms. Nunez, your time is up, but as the board president, I'm going to extend your time. If you could just wrap up your thoughts, I'd appreciate it.
So I do ask for you guys to just keep that in mind. We talked about everybody else, but in reality, there's those support staff, the SLPs, the OTs, and all these other ones that they need the help, that we need them to be available for our kids. And as for right now, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you so much. You have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to action items for this evening. Our first action item is 10A, Chaparral Elementary School partial re-roof. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Vela is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. It's my pleasure to bring to you this time the RFP for the Chaparral Elementary partial re-roof project for action. For this project, we received 3 proposals, and as you can see in the table here on the screen, the 3 proposals were evaluated, and ESA got a total of 421 points. After reviewing the proposal, the committee decided that an interview will not be needed for this project. So as per the final ranking, we recommend ESA. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, comments, or concerns for Ms. Vela? Sorry. Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept action item A, the Chaparral Elementary School partial re-roof.
Vice President Rodriguez has made a motion to accept action item 10A. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to action item 10B, renewal of U.S. Bureau of Land Management leases. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Cadena is going to help us with this item.
Good afternoon, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. The district currently leases land from the Bureau of Land Management for the following sites: Berino Elementary, Chaparral Elementary, Desert Pride Academy, Desert Trail Elementary, and Sunrise Elementary. Those leases are due. They're due to be renewed, and I bring for your action and approval to let us submit the applications for renewal. If you have any questions, I stand before you.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? No? Okay. Do I hear a motion for action item 10B?
I'll make a motion that we accept action item 10B, the renewal of land management leases.
Mr. Castillo has made a motion to accept action item 10B. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Moving on to action item 10C, school board redistricting. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, school districting, individual school board redistricting occurs over the course of several years as growth in communities occur. Gadsden is a little bit unique in that we have growth in pockets, and overall, we know we're, just like many schools in our area, experience a little bit of a decline in enrollment, but districts are not based on enrollment, they're based on voter population, potential voter population. So we know the ST area has seen significant growth, and we know the Chaparral area have seen significant growth. So what I've done is reached out to an individual vendor who would be able to go through the process of redistricting. What it would mean for each of you is that some of your areas might be expanded in size to balance the voter population. Some would be reduced in size. If you're in a growing area, it's likely that your area will be reduced. And if you're in an area that's seeing decline, it's likely it will be expanded into the same site. Same 5 seats remain in place, it's just how they're carved up, okay? And there is, the form is, Mr. Snowdy, I believe that top is hyperlinked. Maybe. Yes. So here's the proposal that it's research and polling that takes care of it. And again, they'll give you the protocols that they use to establish it. And again, it's about voter, potential voter participation. So that's how that's designed. And you can, if you look at our current map, we have some kind of unique features that we want to try to address. And one is an example, I think, of Ms. Morillo's area that she's primarily ST, but she actually has a little corner of a piece over behind Ms. Rodriguez's area, which what they were trying to do at the time was balance again voters. Well, we're probably going to try to avoid those kind of things because those get a little confusing. Now, what I also don't want everybody to get, don't get misinformed that we're trying to adjust anything to do with attendance zones. These have nothing whatsoever to do with attendance zones. Sometimes people try to connect those two and don't let that confuse the process. So again, I think this is a great year to do it. We don't have a bond election coming up, and so we're going to have to work to get this done and then work really hard to get the word out to our community prior to our next elections, because you're going to have some constituents that used to vote in one district and now have been moved to another district. So we got to work to get that information out to those individuals before the next election cycle. Questions?
Any questions, comments, or concerns? Mrs. Murillo.
I just have one question. Because I see other districts having 6 or 7 board members. Are we growing at the pace that we will have to maybe add another board member instead of reducing or moving the zones?
Madam President, board members, I really don't see that. I haven't seen that. Even like the fastest growing district in the state of New Mexico is Rio Rancho, and they still have 5 members. Now, keep in mind, if you ever do add to a board, it has to be an odd number. So you would never add 1, you would have to add 2. So you'd always have to keep an odd number due to voting protocols.
I had a question. I know I haven't asked you this before, but just for the public knowledge that's watching here online and in person, this is a result of the census, correct?
There is a connection to the census, but at the end of the day, it's really about residents. It's really about where people are moving and where properties are being built for residents. And so it's voter populations, right? And then there is one piece that I would ask each of you. You should be in your folder, have a blue form, and I'm just asking you to write your resident address on it, and then we'll scan that and send that. What we want to be sure we don't make the mistake of is zoning you out of your own residence. That would really be a problem for all of us, and we don't want to make that mistake. And so if you'll get that filled out, get it to me, then I'll be sure and get it sent off, and we'll get started in that process, if approved.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept action item 10C, school board redistricting.
Mr. Castillo has made a motion that we accept action item 10C. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to action item 10D, the 2024-25 district calendar, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Wogermuth is going to help us with this item, and it's been a great project for him. This has been, I will tell you, this has been a real challenge, and you may have heard from constituents. I've heard from a couple this week, actually, that were very frustrated because they're trying to make vacation plans for next year, and we don't have a calendar out. Now, I want you to keep in mind, we were ready in November and had brought it to you, then we paused because New Mexico Public Education Department was making some changes to calendar. So you might hear this, and the parents I talked to, I actually gave them the information of when we were provided the guidance to move forward, which was only a couple weeks ago. So, Mr. Wiggle.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, thank you. Here to review and seek approval for our 24-25 school year calendar. Again, just a reminder, our goal for calendar development is to prioritize and maximize student learning along with prioritizing teacher teaming and planning as well. Always our priorities and considerations. Again, we do share these every time we talk about the calendar, even back in the fall, if you have a good memory. Again, we want to keep our existing collaboration time for teachers and staff in place. We want to examine our usage of our planning time to align with our Marzano's HRS framework for the collaboration. How do we best use our 8 professional development days we have that are full days? And, you know, what do we do to make sure we can provide additional planning preparation time for teachers? So these are always priorities for the last couple of years when we look at the calendar. Here's the timeline that Mr. Dempsey was referring to. Of course, you can see we got all the way to the draft presentation, which is basically the same thing you're going to see here tonight that went out for voting. And then we had a little hold up there in the adjustment period. We had intended to bring this to you in January, actually in December, the first board meeting in December for approval. But then if you do recall, Mr. Dempsey said we had the PED rule coming out about the 4-day week, and it was a little bit of a to-do. The PED did not publish the rule, and they didn't give us any information about it until the spring budget workshop, which was the second to last week in March. And of course, our concern is we want to make sure before we have you approve a calendar and we publish it, that it is compliant with the NMPED. The school calendar is the first step in the budget process. If we do not have a school calendar that is budget compliant, then we don't have a budget. And so we wanted to make sure with all this information going out, we did receive a couple days before the budget workshop, the spreadsheet from the PED. We went and plugged in both of these drafts that were sent out. And of course, we wanted to make sure both drafts we were sending out for voting would be compliant with the PED, and that's what happened. So we did do that. We did have a 6-day stakeholder voting window. And then, of course, we're presenting it to you tonight for possible action. This was the same basic information that parents received in an informational PowerPoint prior to voting and included in the voting. The 2 drafts, A and B. Mr. Dempsey, I don't know if you had a chance to hand out the paper copies. He's going to give you some paper copies here. While he's handing those out, I'm just going to share. You can see the 4 bullets on what they have in common, and in general, there's mostly things in common in both of them. They both have early out Wednesdays. They both have the vacations listed. They both have a fall break that aligns with at least 1 week of the listed school districts, and they have calendars. The second one should say have calendars that have a spring break that share 1 common week with those school districts. So again, we want to keep that in mind as best we can, to always try to align one of our weeks with the break with as many districts as we can, because we have families and teachers and folks from all of those districts. If you want to look at draft A and draft B, I will just point out one thing to you, and then I'll tell you about the survey results. So this is the exact same draft of what you saw in November, outside of one thing, and it's kind of a blessing in disguise. If you look on both calendars, the fall break that we have listed and that was voted on both calendars is September 30th through October 4th. On the drafts that you viewed in November, that fall break was 1 week later. It was listed in the 7th through 11th. The reason why administratively we made that change to move it up a week before voting is because by doing that, that made sure we had a week of fall break that was common to Las Cruces. If we had left our fall break as we had talked about it in November, the 7th through 11th, we would not have had a common week with Las Cruces, and we didn't feel that was good for our employees and families that have folks in Las Cruces. So again, that is the only difference, and that fall break adjustment we made lines up with the same fall break that we have this year. So I just wanted to point that out. And now I'll go over, if we can go back, Mr. Snowdy, let me go over the results really quick. Okay, so here are the calendar survey results broken down by the categories. These are always the categories we use on the survey. Option A, you can see, is in blue. Option B is in red. And again, if you're trying to recall looking at your drafts here, what the major difference is, the major difference between these calendars is option A has more PD days up front for our staff. So that was a shift. We loaded the PD a little bit more in the front for staff. And then the other one has a couple of PD days instead of being loaded up front, spread out, one in November and I think one in September. So those were the substantial differences, slight difference on the starting and ending date. But I think what's interesting here on these slides is that with the folks that work in the school district, kind of evenly split on A or B, right? Not a heavy influence, but very interesting here, our parents really leaned very heavily towards draft A. We talked a little bit about why that may have been, and it simply could have been, this could have been the simple resolution we came to, is that on draft A, the kids start a couple of days later in March. So if you look at draft B, not March, I'm sorry. If you look at draft A, they start on draft A, they start on the 31st of July, and on draft B, they started on the 29th of July. That simply could have been for families an important factor of, hey, it'd be good to start as late as possible. Other than that, the calendars are very similar. And to point out in the top right-hand corner, we had a lot of voting this year on the calendar, more than last year. So in the top right-hand corner, you can see we did have more participation this year than last year. This is the participation by location. The colors on there indicate the different classifications of folks that participated. You can see the green is our parent participation throughout. So you can see the majority of the votes cast at each site were by our parents. The recommendation that the leadership team is bringing to you this evening is we're going to recommend that option A be approved for the 24-25 school year. A couple of quick bullet points here. It's in IMPED compliant based on the information we have. We do not expect to have to bring this back, but we'll keep our eye on what the PED is doing this season. It was heavily favored by parents, and this is an opportunity to see with shifting some more PD days up front to really see what kind of positive impact that has on our staff for planning and preparation at the start of the year, which is generally the time of year where there's a lot of educators here. That's where the largest burden is. So that'll give us a chance to try something new. Any clarifications that I can provide?
Questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Murillo.
So just two things. I did receive calls from parents, and their biggest concern was the development, the teacher PD days, because they had to work, and what were they going to be doing with the kids on that day. So they were trying to really encourage us to select option A. The other thing is I wanted to say thank you because myself as a parent, I did receive a call. I saw it on Facebook. I saw it on the website. So really there was no excuses. I saw it in Remind from the schools as well. And so there was really no excuse for us to say, I didn't know. So I really want to thank you for putting it out there and really encourage our families to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to Mr. Carmona, really led the communication on it. He did a great job.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if it is the will of the board to approve one of these here in a bit, how does this affect like your 260-day employees or so once we approve this, how does it affect them, and is there like a different calendar, like how does that work?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, one of the steps in the calendar process is that all drafts are taken to payroll to make sure that they are compliant for all of our year-round staff, and so Ms. Escobar has checked that. What I can share outside of a specific example you want to provide if there's a question, this calendar provides a lot of consistency to what we did last year and actually the year before. So based on what I sat with Ms. Escobar on that, I don't see anything that's significantly different that will impact a year-round employee that is not anything they've experienced the last couple of years.
My other question is, I actually was asking Superintendent Dempsey, and I said I would bring it forth. I'm just curious, for example, when it comes to spring break. So, you know, obviously, the spring break, the whole week would be for the students and teachers, and then who else?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I don't know if Ms. Escobar has her documents here, but I think, and Priscilla, if you can help me out here, I believe all of us that are year-round, this year, on these calendars, on our fall break, and I think the spring break, this has been pretty traditional. We're working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we have off Thursday and Friday this coming next year. Is that she gone? Priscilla has. Oh, is that right, Priscilla? I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, Priscilla. Thank you. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. I had to use the old noodle here to try to remember.
So I'm going to ask,
Yes, ma'am.
why couldn't we give those employees the whole week without having to have them take, I don't know, is it annual general leave?
Madam President, I'm not prepared to give you a clear answer on that right now. What I can share is that I know when Ms. Priscilla calculates, for the 235, we got to hit 235 days in the calendar, and so probably if you didn't, you would bleed over into a weekend or some other day. But I can't give you the exact answer on that, but I can get with Mr. Dempsey and get that.
And I'm just curious, would it even be possible? I don't, you know.
So, Madam President, board members, it really comes down to just contracts and the length of each of our contracts. So if you're a 235-day employee, you got to find 235 days to work. And you know, usually people, employees would opt to be out majority of Christmas break, so they have to then work portions of another break in order to get the days in. So we have anywhere from 190-day contracts, 200-day contracts, 210, and 235s. So you just got to come up with that number of days in a contract year.
I guess, so is it possible or not possible? And maybe I'll sit with you later on to get a better idea.
Well, so the way I would respond to that is I think we have to have a conversation that says, a lot of those 235s are hourly employees. So if they don't work, how do they clock in 8 hours? Right? So they have to, if they don't put in time, do I not pay them? And I think we could have conversations about if they could be on-call type situations or things of that nature, but they have to be prepared. They can't go on vacation. They can't leave town because they have to be available to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
That being said, do I hear a motion for action item 10D?
I make a motion that we accept the action item D, 2024-2025 district calendar, option A.
Ms. Moody has made a motion that we accept action item 10A, the district calendar for the upcoming school year, and that would be option A. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, sir. Moving on to action item 10E, reorganization of the Gadsden Independent School District Special Education Department. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, we've had some conversations around some ways to improve our student outcomes in special education. And these are not easy conversations to have. I'm not going to say it's a hard conversation. I'm going to say we have to find a way to afford it sometimes. And, we attended a national conference. What was one of the big things? From a federal level, fund IDEA. That's special education. Which means, are they currently funding IDEA? The answer is no. They're admitting to that. That's why we continue to advocate for increased funding. Somewhere the number floats around 40% from a federal level, and so that causes some struggles. A group of us in the leadership team, myself, Ms. Burciaga, and Ms. Hernandez, were big components of this. They did the lion's share of the work, and really that lion's share was interviewing individuals from the SPED department to try to figure out how do we improve this, how do we make this better. And then as I'm going through this, I want you to be aware, you're all aware that we've had some ESSER and ARP dollars the last few years, which are significant dollars that are non-recurring. So we did things with those monies, and it does impact our budget at some level. There is a standard, a federal standard called maintenance of effort, MOE. And MOE, in general, there's some exceptions to this, but in general says you can't just randomly reduce the amount of money you spend from operational on special education students from year to year. So with those increased funds, that really requires us to spend additional dollars, which at some level is good, because now we can meet with the staff and meet some of their needs and come back to them and say, you're telling us how to make this better. Here's our plan to do so. And so we do have a plan. It's in 3 phases. Phase 1, current year. Now, what I mean by this phase 1 is these are dollars that have to be spent in this budget. So I'm proposing current year salary adjustments for specific special education staff. These would be ancillary services, individuals of that nature. The reason being, we have to find a way to entice more and more individuals to come to our SPED department. This will do it. This was really their recommendation. It wasn't that a group of us as administrators sat down and said, oh, I think this is the right route to go. Ms. Borsiaga and Mr. Hernandez spent a lot of time in interviews with those ancillary service providers, with special education teachers, with administrators or instructional coaches within the SPED department. And they said, this is what we think will make it better. And so part of the phase 1 is current year salary adjustments. It's very rare that we do this, but I'm gonna tell you, I do think it would make a difference. And the employees right now will see the results of it. And as we're hiring for next year, it will be reflected in those salary schedules. So it really is a strong statement that says we really do want to entice the very best people to come to Gadsden and support our students. Phase 2 will begin a little bit this year, but really roll into next year, and that's a revised administrative structure. I really do, as I look back at the way we've structured special education, I don't know that any one person could ever manage the entire department. I think we're asking probably too much. And as we looked across at other SPED departments serving the number of students we're serving, we saw that. So this revised administrative structure, so additional admin positions. This would be an associate superintendent in charge of special education. There would be a director of ancillary services. So a director right over all the ancillary services. That's SLP, OTs, PTs, social work. A director of instruction. And that really kind of lends itself to the work with probably academic services to say, how are we gauging the success of our programs? Are we seeing the type of student achievement that we'd like to see? And right now, I think, I can speak for the team, we're not seeing the level that we want to see. We want to do better, and I think we can. And then finally, a director of compliance. And that compliance piece is kind of a way to have an internal audit on your IEPs. One of the difficult or more restrictive type situations with students in the IDA, decisions have to be made within an IEP. So all the time I get parents who call me and say, I want this, Mr. Dempsey, I want you to do this. And what's hard for them to understand sometimes is I don't have the authority to overrule an IEP. That's a committee, and it's a very important committee. The document that gets signed from that committee is a legal document. And so it's hard for them sometimes to understand, as a superintendent, I don't have the authority to overrule an IEP committee. It needs to be done with those professionals around the table and in consultation with parents. That's a real important component. So that person would be in charge of that component of it. And then finally, as we get out a year or so, it's progress monitoring. It's constant, and we'll probably bring in some outside people to do some file reviews and things of that nature to determine how are we doing and are we on the right track and are we making the progress we're looking for. I'm sure there's questions.
Questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President.
When you mentioned that the current year salary adjustments, and you had meetings with the different groups, right? That's, well, Ms. Estrella and Ms. Hernandez. Was that like on a group, or was it like, specifically just the OTs or whatever? How did that go?
Madam President, Ms. Rodriguez, it really was an idea of trying to get as wide of a survey as we could. So it included ancillary services. It included clerical with the SPED department. What's going on here? I mean, it's kind of a joke, but it's not. If you've ever worked in a school, if you want to know what's going on, ask the secretary, right? I mean, truthfully, and they did. And they really found some things out, and I think it got deep enough for us to recognize that we can do better than what we're doing right now. And what I would say is, do I think we're out of compliance right now? Some things maybe, but in a big picture, no. Can we do better? Absolutely. And I say it all the time with my leadership team is, I want our kids to get the Cadillac, and so this, to me, is the Cadillac. This is probably the most expensive venture we've taken in a while, and I'm excited about the opportunity for our kids.
No, I appreciate that. I just think that it's, who would know better than them that are working with that, right? And so that's a great thing that it's happening, and I hope that, phase 2 goes pretty well as well, and continuing that progress monitoring it's really what I see it as. We do have this in place, but what is happening? I mean, it doesn't mean that it's gonna work perfect, but we definitely do need, that there's our SPED department really needs a lot of work, and I think the parents, especially the ones that have children, and whether it's from all the way to the gifted, right, from all the spectrum, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and so we need to make sure that it is in place and that people are working, not just because they're giving suggestions or recommendations, making sure that it does, holding everyone accountable. I think that's the main part. So, thank you.
Mrs. Maria.
I'm gonna ask, because I've been getting a lot of calls about this. Why, and I don't know the answer, that's why I'm asking too. Why are we looking at the administrative structure before hiring what we need right now? So we need teachers, we need OTs, LLPs. Why are we hiring the top first instead of the bottom first?
Madam President, Ms. Muriel, good question. So part of it's going to come in a little bit of different phase, but in my opinion, if I'm going to hold we're proposing an associate superintendent. If I'm going to hold that person accountable, they better be a part of the hiring process. So they need to have some say-so in who they hire if I'm going to hold them truly accountable to the success of that, right? And so that would be my best answer to that. Now, I want you to understand that we are worked in this is expansion of ancillary services. So, for example, a couple FTEs for SLP, OT, PT, and social work will not be on the standard 190-day contract. It'll be an extended contract. So now we have coverage through the summer. So they'll have additional time to work through evaluations that come up in the summer. And in the past, we've paid extended contract time for that. And so they'll already be on staff to take care of those pieces. So those needs, as students, children's birthdays, sometimes that drives when they need to have that evaluation done. They turn 3 years old on a regular basis, right? We can't just stop evaluating students. And it's been a little bit of a kind of a panic mode of how to handle those summers. We're already going to have them on staff. And that expands the amount of time they can spend with our kids and families as well.
And then another question. Is there any way that we can have parents be part of this? I think we have a lot of really good parents that are leaders, that they go and volunteer at their schools. And I think it will be nice to see the inside of a parent of what you would like to see. I can share one thing with you that as a parent with a kid with an IEP, it's really frustrating. And I know we don't have a control as a district, but to have different team every single year, different people, because our kids get used to one person and then they get all excited, and then all of a sudden the next year is like, oh, what happened? Oh, they resigned, so we have a new person. So it's really hard for them to adjust. So I think if now having, someone in charge, or an associate superintendent, someone else in charge, and if that person can be part of the team all the time, just seeing that familiar face along with that principal, I think that really helps. So I think, I don't know if that's something that can be possible to have a couple of parents or a parent to be part of this organization.
Madam President, board members, we're always open to parent input and guidance, and obviously they can be a component of that. What I'll share with you on one of your comments there is that if this is approved, Gadsden will have the premier salary schedule for ancillary services in the state of New Mexico. Every SLP will want to come here because they're going to make more money. Every PT will want to come here because they're going to make more money.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Mi turno. Okay, so can you, I just want to know, who are these individuals that are going to be immediately impacted? Does that include psychologists, diagnosticians, physical therapists, OT, social workers? Who are they?
When you say who are they, you want a list of the people?
Who are the, for phase one, who is going to be impacted by the current year salary adjustments?
The current salary adjustment, and I may need your help here, but all ancillary services.
Can you list them just so the public knows who are these ancillary services? Like, yes. Not by name, but the...
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Yes, so it's ancillary services, which include what Mr. Dempsey mentioned, our SLP, our diagnosticians, our social workers, and then our PT, OT, and then we have some fancy titles, our audiology, our hearing specialists. There are several specialists. They're all the ancillary persons that provide hours of service to our students.
Okay. No, that is awesome, and I'm still advocating, but okay, special education teachers, I still gonna advocate for that what is it, that stipend. I know that the state is looking into that. I think, hopefully we shouldn't wait on the state, is my opinion, but special education teachers, you also have to acknowledge that for many years, our ancillary partners that are sitting here, that I'm seeing them, they move out of the classroom and they take a pay cut, sometimes literally. The other thing is that we need to realize that this is an awesome opportunity because, I think of fellow diagnosticians, when they request permission for testing, the time clock, the federal time clock is ticking, which means that while all of us are enjoying our spring break, guess what they're doing? Calling parents, we need to fill this out. They're working during their time. So, while I do advocate for special education teachers, this is long overdue for our ancillary providers, and I appreciate those of you who are out here in the audience this evening. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may share just a little bit. Ms. Hernandez and myself are the ones who interviewed, and we interviewed as many of employees that can represent the special education department. We did it on a one-to-one. They were not in a group setting. We interviewed them individually, hoping that they would feel comfortable to share their feelings. And I really want to express how loyal our employees in the ancillary services are to Gadsden. Overwhelmingly, I got this feeling of they are doing absolutely everything in their scope of work to do the best they can for our students. And really, it just motivated us to really change the schedule. I do want to add that we did in this what we're calling salary adjustment, include more openings for ancillary services, because we want our own demonstrated to us in our interviews that they are the best for our children. So the goal of this is to build our own.
Awesome, Ms. Burciaga, thank you. Let's see, what else do I have here? No, this is awesome because, and I appreciate, sir, the reorganization because, you know, it's been 6 years since the 2018 ruling of Yazzie Martinez. And, you know, here we are. And so we can no longer continue to wait on the state. We've got to move forward as Gadsden Independent School District. So this is awesome that we're doing this. I also would like to echo or piggyback on what Secretary Murillo said, is that, you know, yes, definitely Superintendent Dempsey, you know, there's two groups of people that are missing in these interviews, in my personal opinion, are parents, and guess who? Students. It would be greatly appreciative if you would all consider, you know, interviewing students, because, you know, we should not be doing something to them. They're experiencing on an everyday basis, you know, what they get to experience, and they should have a voice also, and definitely parents. What else? And this is awesome because, yeah, I mean, the idea has never been fully funded, yet the federal government requires us mandates that are not fully funded. But at the same time, you know, while that's the reality, we can't continue to blame that. You know, we've got to take initiative because, you know, in my opinion, every single student, like Ms. Rodriguez said, on the spectrum, you know, whether you're a gifted student, a student with a learning disability, an autistic student, an intellectual with intellectual disability, you know, I'm hoping that this is going to bring adequate programming to our kiddos, and that because, you know, as a special education teacher myself, this is no lie. Like, you know, our special education programs, you know, it's almost like they don't get what they need, and so we need to do that. We got to do better. So I'm super excited about this. Let's see what else. I think that's it. So thank you, sir, for doing that. And I challenge everybody out there, is like, we've got to hold, you know, ourselves accountable, whether you're the special education teacher, the IA, the student, the parent. I was going to say about the parents. Again, this is my opinion. Let's stop looking at the parents like the enemy. Let's stop, you know, let's bring them in, let's educate them, let's work together, because they really shouldn't have to be bringing outside special education advocates if we were work with them. So thank you for this opportunity. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay. With that being said, ¿dónde me quedé? Action item 10E, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept action item 10E, reorganization of the GISD Special Education.
Mrs. Rodriguez has made a motion to accept action item 10E. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Burciaga. Congratulations, yes, applause. And thank you for all you do, beautiful people out there, ancillary service providers. Thank you so much. Moving forward to action item 10F, policy IKFB, graduation exercises. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, I believe we're going to start with Mr. Wogermuth and our secondary principals.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, as a follow-up to the request for the graduation exercise policy, I'm going to have our high school principal colleagues share a little bit with you about graduation exercises, and then we'll review some proposed policies at the conclusion of their presentation.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. I will be the narrator of the first slide. Though I will not read the bullet points, I will be facilitating our lived experiences and our shared experiences regarding graduation. So if we take a look at the 6 bullets, we're going to start off with, there is no doubt that all 6 of us here taken great responsibility, and we don't, we don't underestimate that. And we want to make sure that our students and our parents have a memorable and formal ceremony. And with that, Ms. Lopez would like to share a little bit about some of the comments as one of the oldest principals of this group.
Thank you, Ms. Suggs.
I was gonna say, one of the wiser ones.
So one of the things we hear every year, and all of us have heard it when we go to UTEP, is Mr. Evan Ruiz. We go and we meet with them before graduation to do our planning for graduation day. And every year he tells all of the principals, he tells Mr. Wogameth and all of the staff we take what a wonderful job GISD does in general. Not one particular school, but all of GISD. They're always very impressed, the UTEP staff, with how well our kids behave, how well they're dressed, the timeliness that they get there. I don't think any of our graduations have ever been late. We always start on time. We stay within our time frames. Our parents are well behaved. They just love GISD. And every year, we're always so proud of that. And we high five and we always say, well, Chaparral did better, We have that friendly competition, but it's something we are all very proud of. And so when we hear it on the news about GISD graduations, the 5 of us are super proud for everybody. And we take pride in what our other campuses do, whether it's my campus or Desert Pride, and we are excited when the community sees that as well, because my parents are there at 11:30 in the morning, and sometimes they stay for the Gadsden, or vice versa. And they talk about, oh, this was a really cool thing, and so that helps us make things better as well.
Now, this would not be possible if it wasn't for the planning, and I think we underestimated the time that it takes to plan this. It says that it starts at the beginning of the year, but I'm now going to pass the microphone over to the newest member of our team, Ms. Legareta, and she'll share a little bit about how soon we start planning.
We start planning for the next graduation on the same date of the ceremony. We just want to make sure that we're ready and that we can improve the experience for the students, for the community, for the staff, for the parents, and that we can improve everything that we did. We time ourselves, we make sure that we celebrate every single one of our students, every single one of our parents and families in that moment.
And I'll let you know a little secret. The 3 of us drive together to our Desert Pride graduation, and then we'll drive to Alta Vista because we want to support each other. That's how tight our group has become. Now, this celebration, definitely we want to highlight the individual accolades of the students, but there's no doubt that the ceremony is a group achievement. We use this time to acknowledge, right, to applaud, and to honor not only their achievements, their challenges, but the journey that they achieved as a cohort of students. And we want to make sure that our families too know that it took a village, and in this case, a whole district, to get us all to this point. So with that said, I know that I'm going to pass the mic over to Ms. Lopez, who's going to talk to you about why we feel that this is such an important ceremony for our community.
So one of our greatest accomplishments as principals is to sit on that stage and look out at the 75, 175, 250 graduates and see what wonderful, productive citizens that we have helped produce over the last 4 years. There is nothing prouder for any of us. And for us to be able to see that those kids are gonna walk across that stage and continue walking and go out into their communities and represent their community, their family, and be active citizens, whether it's on the job, in school, the military. That's the proudest thing for us. So as we look out on those graduates and we see what they've become, because we all saw them as freshmen, and that wasn't always a pretty sight. I mean, you've had them at home, and you sometimes say, go to school, okay? And so we get them, and when we watch them walk across that stage, there's always tears in all of our eyes when that last kid walks across the stage. And for us, there is no better moment than to see them be the productive citizen that we know that they can be.
You know, we've said it once, and I think we'll continue saying it. We know that our parents send us only the best. They send us their best. And what an honor for us to be able to send out to society the exact same thing. only the best of our citizens. So with that said, I know that Ms. Ludwig, as not only also one of our most wisest principals of our team, of our group, she is also a member of the community, and she has a very unique perspective, because not only has she experienced putting together a ceremony all by herself for her school, but she has also participated in the 3 comprehensive high schools.
Thank you. As you all know, like you, I had to attend all the graduation ceremonies before we actually had our own. So I did experience that, and you know as well as I do that each school has their own flavor, their own traditions. Every school has one thing that makes it different and special. You know what mine is, and I'm not going to go into that, but I'll let somebody else address that. My main thing is I want to caution you. I want to caution you about taking away the local control of each school. Each school we represent our communities. We represent who our kids are. And I just want to caution you about taking away that local control and making policies for graduation or for any other thing that comes up. Because once you make a policy, we all have to follow the same policy. We all have to be the same. And I don't think that's what you want. I know our communities wouldn't want that. And that's the main thing I want to caution you. And it's like Danny, like you just said, excuse me, Mr. Castillo, as Mr. Castillo just said before, when he was talking about meeting with the other school boards, how we all have so much in common, and we have our struggles and our challenges that we all have in common, and that there is no one solution that fits everybody. There is not one, what did you say? Not one thing that works for all. So that's the one thing I just want you to keep in mind, especially, and I am a member of the community, and I know I am a Gadsden graduate, and I know that as a Gadsden graduate in our community, we don't want to be like Santa Teresa. We don't want to be like Chaparral, right? So.
The last bullet brings attention to the details of each ceremony, and for that, Ms. De La Garza is going to speak to it.
So, Madam President Flores, Board Member Superintendent Dempsey, so attention to detail is most important in our individual graduation exercise planning. Ensuring that each high school ceremony is both memorable and well-organized. Our ceremonies incorporate various elements that contribute to their unique significance, making each occasion distinctly special. As 5 high school principals, we maintain consistency in adhering to the same graduation criteria, but at the heart of each ceremony, it's crucial that what is recognized, honored, celebrated, and respected, uniqueness of each school that reflects and symbolizes the diverse communities that we proudly serve. Furthermore, it's essential to preserve the unique traditions and values of each campus, ensuring that they remain meaningful and symbolically representative of their significant identity. In other words, and I have it here before you even said anything, Mr. Castillo, what works for one campus may not work for another. From the elegant rose ceremony that represents growth and the journey of the Desert Pride students, to moments of prayer that offer solace and reflection, uniting Gadsden High School, Chaparral High School, in a shared sense of graduation for their education, honoring the crucial role parents play in their children's education path at Santa Teresa High School. This is showcased by celebrating the top 10 parents alongside their distinguished top 10 students. Similarly, at Gadsden High School, faculty and staff, who some are Panther parents themselves, take pride in their students' achievements. The Outstanding Senior Award at Santa Teresa High School epitomizes the commitment to excellence through its recognition and exemplary character and achievements. At Alta Vista Early College High School, individual accolades celebrate the hard work and unique contributions of students who navigate both high school and college, acknowledging the dual roles of Gadsden Independent School District employees and, at the same time, our Alta Vista Early College High School parents who support their children's educational endeavors every step of the way. In essence, the planning of our own graduation ceremony that's not just special, but also a true, genuine reflection of our values and dedication to excellence. Every detail is carefully planned months ahead, highlighting key milestones and fostering pride towards a memorable and meaningful ceremony. It celebrates the achievements of our high school students and their families while underscoring the distinctiveness and unique identity of each high school.
Thank you, Ms. De La Garza. As we look at the senior spring semester, everyone knows that that spring semester is super busy. It's an eventful time for students, staff, and families. You're shopping for graduation outfits, you're shopping for caps and gowns, we're checking diploma names, we're checking grade lists, we're doing seating charts. It's a super busy time for everyone involved. Not only teachers, staff, administrators, parents, kids. Seniors got to make sure they got to get those grades to graduate. That's their first priority. As school administrators, we're responsible for managing all of those situations to make sure that we get those kids across that stage. That's our job. We've got to get as many of those kids to walk across that stage and make sure that that day is for them. It runs smoothly for them. We want them to be proud, we want their parents to be proud, and that's what our focus is. We meet with parents beforehand, we meet with the kids. I think all of us met with our kids in the fall about, hey, you guys are seniors, these are our expectations. We've talked a little bit about graduation contracts. Each one of us has a contract where we explain to the kids and the parents, this is what the ceremony is about. It's a solemn ceremony. It's to honor you as our students. And so we talk about the do's and don'ts. We talk about the dress code. And then we also talk about the UTEP policies, because there are things that UTEP does that they put on us. Parents can't bring noisemakers. Parents can't bring balloons. Parents can't bring glass vases. All of that is in place to make sure that the ceremonies run smoothly for every graduation. So we run through those contracts with the kids. I think each one of us has a spring meeting with the parents to make sure that we go through those contracts, the kids sign the contracts, they bring them in so that we have that ready to make their day special for them. The last thing we want to do is be there for graduation. We're greeting the parents, we're greeting the kids. The last thing we want to have to do is to look at a kid and say, I'm sorry, you can't walk across that stage. That's not what we want to do on graduation day. We want to make sure it's for them, and that every kid who steps foot in Don Haskins or Pan Am or McGoffin, that's what they're there for. We want that to be their day, and that's what we want them to focus on. Okay. Ms. Lagaretta has our concluding comments.
Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey, as principals, our dedication and passion lie in serving our communities, which encompasses our students, parents, school staff at all levels, and community members. We ask our school board to please take into consideration the diverse needs within each our district areas and understand we as principals have the responsibility of meeting these needs, even if it means adopting different approaches for each one of our schools. In our roles, we're tasked with making very difficult decisions. We're responsible for the safety of our schools, prioritizing the academic and emotional growth of our students. It is vitally important to feel supported by our district leadership and to know that our school board backs us decisions, even when they may not be universally popular. Our main goal as a campus administrators is to ensure not only the success of our students during their time in our schools, but more importantly, that they're ready for the challenges of the world beyond graduation. We urge the board to collaborate with us in formulating policies that establish reasonable boundaries for our district and schools. We're also granting us as principals the autonomy we need to fulfill our roles effectively. We ask you to trust in our abilities to execute our duties as higher and have the confidence that Superintendent Dempsey will act in a timely manner for any necessary adjustments that need to be made. Thank you, Gadsden ISD High School principals.
Thank you, Ms. Legarreta. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, thank you to our principals for sharing. Now we'll go ahead and move into some proposed policies for the graduation exercises as requested in the last meeting. So we provided, Mr. Dempsey, should have handed you this paper packet here that has our current policy here, and then 4 different proposals. So obviously the cover page there is current, no changes. I will illustrate to you, and Mr. Dempsey and I will help you and clarify questions on these policies together. All the proposals you'll see here, proposals A, B, C, and D, they all contain in the top there the same red changes about the formality of the ceremony. Okay, so the largest additions there are common to all, which are telling us that graduation ceremonies are a formal event. All ceremony elements will reflect this formality. In addition, it's expected that students, staff, and community attendees will respect the formality. The campus administration shall develop annually a graduation agreement supporting the formality of the ceremony. This agreement will outline the conduct, dress, regalia, and other expectations for all parties participating in the ceremony. The superintendent shall review these agreements prior to campus administrators sharing with staff, students, and parents. Campus administration will keep documentation of this agreement being shared. Failure to comply with this graduation agreement may be cause for exclusion from graduation exercises. So that first paragraph that you see common to all the policies, I think reflects a little bit about what we've learned here from the shared experience of our principals. So proposal A has that language. That's the only language that's being proposed in proposal A to be added. In addition to, on each proposal, you're going to see that our recommendation is that any proposed revised policy that be adopted go into effect for the 24-25 school year. As you heard our team say here, all the parents and students have already been communicated via graduation agreements what the expectations for this year are. So you'll see that language on the bottom of each one that we propose those go into place in the 24-25 school year. Okay. Next proposal, B. Again, same language on the top there. We did add a bullet, as was pointed out in the last meeting. We have these 3 bullets that kind of are rules for graduation. So we did add on this one, proposal B, a proposed rule about decoration of graduation caps. Annually, the graduating class will vote to decide if decorating graduation caps will be permitted. Decoration of caps shall be adopted at the school site where at least 75% of the students vote and 2/3 of those voting approved. This process shall be communicated to the students and parents in the graduation agreement. If the decoration of graduation caps is approved, the GISD graduation cap decoration guidelines developed by the superintendent and the campus administration will be used. Now, just a little clarity point here. These percentages of voting that we used, we copied those from the voting that's used for the campus dress codes. That's already in policy because that was a campus uniform dress policy. Thank you for the clarification. The uniform dress policy, as that's something that is already in policy that we're used to. Proposal C. Again, same language on the top. This one says, Students will be permitted the opportunity to decorate graduation caps. GISD graduation cap decoration guidelines developed annually by the superintendent and campus administrators will be used. This process shall be communicated to the students and parents in the graduation agreement. And then the last one is very simple here, mentions graduation caps and says graduation caps, the decoration of graduation caps shall not be permitted. So in working with the team here, and Mr. Dempsey, and review that he did, this is a starting point that we're proposing, and myself and Mr. Dempsey will be happy to answer any questions, provide any clarifications, and work through these policies, adjust, approve as is, or whatever the will of the board is. Mr. Dempsey?
Madam President, board members, I think that covers a lot of the, I think the request, and I think there's a lot to think about. Here's what I think one of the options the board may have. Now, obviously, policy is 100% the board's authority and responsibility. I think something to consider, though, and as I hadn't thought of this until just a few minutes ago when by the way, 4 of the 5 of those amazing administrators I got the opportunity to hire, and it hit me that over a few years we have sure put together some great secondary principals. Have we asked them? Have we just asked them as a board? I wonder how they would respond. That's just a thought.
Can you repeat what you said?
What I'm saying is, I think there's some on the board that would want to decorate caps, and have we just as a board, you have the authority over policies, you can force things. As a dad and as a leader, I think there's times for power and force, and I think there's times just for asking.
Ms. Murillo?
So, I'm trying to look for all this on the agenda, on our email, and I couldn't find this. We don't have it, right? This is just brought up to us. Were you able to open it? Because I couldn't open this. We just got this right now, right? Or is here?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, again, I just prepared these, these paper packets today.
Okay.
The letter from Ms. Legarreta, I know was, separate from the packet,
Okay.
but these policies are today.
There.
Okay, I would like to ask for a 5-minute break. It's 6 pages that I'm supposed to read, and I'm supposed to make a decision within 2 minutes. So if it's okay with you, I would like to have 5 minutes so I can read every single one of them.
So, yes, I totally agree with Secretary Murillo. So we will, do we need to vote on this, or I can just call? Okay, so to take a recess. So would you like to make a motion, Secretary Murillo?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to make a motion to go on a, for me, I'm okay with 5 minutes, because I started reading as they were going. I apologize for not paying attention to you guys 100%, but I was trying to read along, and then I'm like, I can't. So I will be okay with 5 minutes if everybody else is okay with that, unless you guys want more. I'm happy to hear that. You guys tell me.
So I would request 10 minutes.
Okay.
So
I would like to make a motion to go on a 10-minute break so I can review the package if it's okay with everybody else.
Okay, so Secretary Murillo has made a motion that we do a 10-minute recess break to review the materials before us. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
So
I am opposed because I think rather than taking a 10-minute break, we should table it. I mean, this is not going to go in force until the 24-25 year. So I think if we are going to enforce a policy, we really need to look at it. And I don't know if I can make more comment other than wanting to table.
There's a motion on the table, and I believe we just voted on Vice President Rodriguez, and it's unanimous that we go into, yes, it's a 3-1 vote. Unless is Mr. Lira on there, sir? Yeah. If you're there, Mr. Lira, well, we already voted, so, okay. So we are in a a recess. It is 7:20. We will reconvene at 7:30. Where can we go to read this, sir?
Madam President, board members, you're welcome to use our conference room. It's just across off.
So there's a conference room, colleagues, if you'd like to step out. Okay, thank you.
Here's one. Yep. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Mr. Lita, can you go ahead and try your audio? I don't hear you, Mr. Lita. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I just tried this. I just tried a video on YouTube to make sure that we're getting audio. The speaker is going to the DL35. Can you check that channel just to make sure that it would be? See, look, so my audio is playing. Yeah. His camera's off, but his microphone's on, so the camera's red. I think he's on his phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're holding off to see if Mr. Lira can connect, okay? That's what we're waiting for. Thank you for your patience.
Testing audio. This is Mr. Carmona.
Hello?
We can hear
Can
you,
you hear
Mr.
us
Lita.
clearly, sir?
Hello?
Can you hear us? Well, I'll let the
I
text.
can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Carmona, are we good to go? See?
Well, yeah, I am. I'm good to go. I could hear you guys perfect. So the only thing is that I can't. Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. Mr. Carmona, see? Good to go. Okay. Okay. So thank you. We're a little bit late, but it's 7:39, so we're out of recess. We'll continue. Mr. Lira, did you want to say something? Oh,
I'm sorry, regarding what, like, because you know what, now I'm only on the phone. I don't have my, I was able to see you guys, but I'm only on the phone now. Like, I had to kind of like dial in through their system. So
we did not understand what you said.
yeah, so then I'm not seeing you guys. So, like, are we back in the meeting? Yeah, because the only way that I was able to connect is through calling through like through a party line system. So I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the video. It's only through audio.
You can't see the policies?
Well, no, I'm seeing them through my phone because I just received them through the email with Mr. Dems through the Director Solutions. Yes.
Oh, okay. So since we're out of recess, it is an action item. We can continue discussing, or so does anybody want to say any questions, comments, concerns to the principals or Mr. W? Go ahead, Mrs. Murillo.
So I just have some comments. I didn't really want to say much because of the perception that was being out there, but it's out there. So I guess it's time to clarify, right? So yes, my kid is graduating, and since last year, this has been a conversation. It was brought up a couple of times, and I have been giving the respect to my high school and to my principal because of the report that I have with her. And so whatever's decided and whatever my opinions, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day is the majority is about the students. It's not about my kid, because my personal opinion about my kid graduating is the fact that I'm gonna be able to see him. So I really don't care. I haven't had a conversation with him to see if he actually cares about the cap, but I'm giving that respect to the students, especially the student that sat here and she said, I want to decorate, I didn't have the opportunity. Some of the students did express different opinions and call other members. Me personally, in the last graduations, as an adult, I shared this with Mr. Dempsey and with Ms. Flores, and I don't know about with Ms. Rodriguez, but I had shared what I have been told during these graduations by administrators. Why you're wearing a purple gown? You're supposed to be like everybody else. I graduated from Western New Mexico University, so my gown was purple, and I was proud. And I asked Mr. Dempsey, do you think that I should change? Because I'm being told this by the people who are up there. You can do whatever you want, Ms. Murillo, right? This was mentioned. Okay, then I show up with a stole because I was proud of my stole. Ms. Murillo, we don't accept this because in our school, we don't accept stoles. So I'm like, okay, so then I'm supposed to be with like everybody else. This year, all of you guys are lucky because I graduated with my master's, so now I'm black. So now I'm like everybody else. I'm giving you the respect as an adult, as a board member, to be like everybody else, even though I don't agree. I was really proud of wearing my purple gown, to be honest. I will not be wearing the stole out of respect for everybody else. But I think that I review the videos from the other board meetings. I reviewed the video from the last board meeting, and everybody had an opinion about this. I think by reading all this today, I was like, I don't like to make assumptions or make opinions out of anger, but I am pretty upset right now because this about local control, well then, I have taken away, people have taken away my voice as a board member many times. And so I don't think it's about local control. I think it was brought up as a one situation about caps. And what I see here is local control. I see here in every single proposal that a revised policy will become effective beginning of the 2024-2025 school year, but the kids who are advocating for this May, 2023-2024. So I feel like it's being taken away from them regardless the kids are gonna lose, no matter what. These kids are gonna lose out. The kids that called you guys, because nobody called me, they're gonna lose out no matter what. So at the end of the day, every single proposal, whether we vote yes or no, it doesn't really matter because it's going to affect the kids this year. So I don't know if you guys read that. Now, the proposals were made by you guys, right? So I feel like voting by one of these, regardless whether we say yes to the caps or not, which was the only situation that was brought up to our attention, we're giving you the local control because you guys are deciding that is for 2024, 2025.
Any other comments, questions? Mrs. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, I actually do agree with, I'm sorry, first of all, this is Representative Lita, and I do want to apologize to the principals that are there for not being present. I had this trip planned way before I even got elected. So I honestly wish I would have been there to tell you guys in being face to face, because I do appreciate you guys coming in and being able to have a dialogue there. I do actually resonate something with Murillo, that it's like I don't feel that it's taking the control out of it. I mean, for something as small, it actually makes me wonder other things, and that's where I'm at, and that's the reason that I wish I would have seen you guys eye to eye, so you guys can understand. And and with time, I think that more issues are gonna more issues, and there's gonna be more times that we're gonna be able to chat a little bit more and know a little bit about me. There's ways to lead. There's ways to lead, and myself, and I want you guys to listen to this very careful. I am a pro student. There's the way that you can lead. It's either pro administration or pro student. And myself, Christian Lira, is pro student. For us to come and try to, I do feel a little bit frustrated with the. Give me 1 second.
Mr. Lita?
Miriam, close the door.
Mr. Lita? This is President Flores. Can I request, let's try something different. I'm not sure this will work. I asked Mr. Dempsey. Could you put yourself on pause, please? And can you call me and I will put you on speaker? Let's see if that's clear, because I have bad hearing as it is, and I can't understand what you're articulating, sir.
I'm sorry. So what do you want me to do?
So if you can, I'm going to ask you to put yourself on pause. On pause. What is it called? Unmute. Put yourself on mute. Go ahead and call me on my cell number. I'm going to put you on speaker, and then I'm going to
I only have one phone, so I have to hang up and then call you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And just FYI, Mr. Dempsey, we need to really work on the sound. I don't know what we need to do, but okay, here he is. Mr. Lira? Okay, you are now on speaker. See? Okay, so change of plans, Mr. Lira. I'm going to text you a number, and you're going to be calling a different number, and Ms. Delgado is going to actually be able to put you on a system to project your voice. Okay, I'm going to text you here shortly.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, so I apologize. So I guess I lost my train of thought though, but I wish I would have been there. Going back to what Ms. Arlene said, I do agree with her on that I don't feel, and I don't see it. I don't see that we're hindering on the day-to-day operations or on all of what you told us that it's hard to do a graduation. It was a wonderful point that you guys made, a wonderful speech, a very good point, but still doesn't add up to something as simple as decorating tabs. And I will say this: if adding decorating tabs in another process to the graduation policy, then maybe we should start considering something else to help you guys, because it seems like if it's just so much work, that's my concern now. Like maybe with or without tabs, it's so much work that we need more resources. Tell us, you know what, town board, it's so much work at graduations that we need more funds to be funded to be able to get it done. And adding to Mr. Dempsey, yes, one thing that I do not like is myself.
Mr. Lida?
I don't like to be presenting documents that same day on something that we're going to be voted on.
Mr. Lida, if I may interrupt you, I apologize for interrupting you. It's still not working. I am so sorry to have to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, Ms. I couldn't hear anything, and I apologize. Like I said, I had to.
Okay.
Just to wrap it up,
The thing is, I would love for you to continue. Mr. Lida?
Process and then having more, trying to persuade us from something that we have the authority to do it, like, doesn't work with it. So, I know that we're having, to make a long story short, I mean, I know the motion that I want to make, and I know the amendments that I want to make. If there's more discussion, I can just make my motion and then take it to a vote.
What did he say, Miss? I cannot understand. I am so sorry.
Something about a motion and something about amendment. I don't know.
Did you hear Ms. Delgado? No. Okay, Mr. Dempsey, since we can't, I mean, if the public cannot hear and we cannot hear, we cannot accept your motion, sir, due to the Open Meetings Act. So, were you going to say something, Ms. Rodriguez? Okay, Mr. Lida, you can probably hear me clearly. I apologize because I cannot continue letting you speak because it's not intelligible to any of us, including the public, and probably including to those who are hearing on streaming, and we don't want to violate any Open Meetings Act. So with that being said, I cannot allow you to make a motion at this time. You're more than welcome to continue hearing. With that being said, is there any other further discussion? Mrs. Rodriguez.
Madam President, first of all, I want to thank the administrators for being here and presenting. I think there was really no need because we see that. We see that every time that we're at the graduations. But I greatly appreciate you taking, time to show everything that the process. One thing that I'm seeing here, where you all say the planning for the ceremony begins at the start of the school year and involves administration, students, senior sponsors, and other staff and stakeholders. I think that's the highlight here. When this was brought, I think it wasn't to enforce anything at the moment. I think it was more to make it set a vision, right? To set a vision of what is expected or what should be, or what the students were asking for, right? it seemed like there was not enough time, there was not really, because I don't think the intention is to tell you what to do. That shouldn't be. Mr. Castillo made it very clear. That is not what we should be doing. But it is to set a vision as for what should be allowed, right? And asking Mr. Dempsey to have something in place or some kind of process, right? And increasing that opportunity. You also stated, you have spring meetings with the parents. So at this point, I believe the autonomy is necessary. I do appreciate every graduation having its own little kick, right? And just making it, spicing it, each one in your own way. And I think above all, the main goal here is for the students to receive that diploma and be proud of what they're doing, right? So I think that in reality, when you're holding those meetings at the beginning, it's a great opportunity to present everything that might be happening within the school year. So my take here is really, I don't know. I honestly do not believe we even need to look at creating that policy or at agreeing in one of the policies, because this can be taken care at a campus level. I really do believe it could be taken care of campus level with enough time. I think a lesson learned, right? In my view, I intend to be an active parent from the get-go for my child that would eventually get to that level as a senior. So I don't know. I mean, and given the circumstance with Mr. Lira not being able to express what he wants or wants to talk about this policy, again, I think I would say that let's table this just so that he has an opportunity to speak. But I think that we all do need to do a lot of reflecting and thinking about what it is that we truly want for our high schools and for our administrators that are already taking plenty of time in working with so many things that it entails, right? And so just making sure this is, we take something out of this. So at this moment, I would like to suggest or request that we table this item. Action item 10F.
You'd have to make a formal motion. But before you go on, I'd like to continue the discussion now. Oh, you can't? See. So we got it. So so she put a motion, even though she's requesting, okay. Okay, thank you for help. So then Vice President Rodriguez has made a motion, a request, a motion. You had stated request, but it's a motion. Can you, to table? Okay. So, okay. So it's a motion. We're going to do a roll call. Mr. Castillo?
Aye.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Ms. Arlene?
Aye.
And then I say no. So I'm outvoted. So it's tabled. I can? Oh, okay. Okay, I thought I wasn't going to be able to. Okay. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Rodriguez was mentioning. It was projected up there. The graduation ceremony, you all had bullets, and it says, planning for the ceremony begins at the start of the school year and involves administration, students, senior sponsors, and other staff and stakeholders. I myself, and I think I've disclosed to all you that I do have a current senior at Chaparral High School. I'm going to say that he probably, well, maybe I shouldn't speak on his behalf because I don't know. I don't even know if he's going to want to decorate or not. I appreciate each and every one of you ladies, it's all ladies that were presented this evening, for your presentation. I want you to understand that I am not trying to overstep you know, what by all these, that was not my intent at all. And so I do appreciate you. It's actually, and I'm not meaning to be disrespectful, but it is the first time in the history that I've been on the board that information has been presented to the board. And I think it's important that that continues. So literally, it's the first time that I hear that from principals. Very much appreciated, though. I think it should continue. Going back to that bullet that was listed up there, you know, I do have a senior, and so I'm speaking. I mean, it's almost like I can't split myself. I'm a board member, I'm a parent, but I've never, and I've had one Chaparral High School Lobo that graduated in 2021. I've never, as a parent, been involved or been requested or given that opportunity to be participating in the planning of the ceremony. So if this is happening or is supposed to happen, I myself have never experienced that, just FYI. You know, my thing is, you know, some people have said it, maybe you've thought of it. I've had constituents reach out to me and, you know, say, you guys are all putting so much effort on something so minute. And I see shaking of heads of some of you in the crowd, not all of you. If that's the case, you know, from my point of view, it's like we're like this, back and forth, back and forth. It's not even worth it, in my opinion. However, it is worth it at this, well, I'm probably contradicting myself. Why is it worth it? Why do I argue? Why did I advocate? You know, look at the videos. What I said in the past is because throughout this evening, ladies, you have said repetitively, it's for them. Who's them? The students. It's for them. And I don't want to go down that pathway again, but here I go. I think there's a big white elephant in the class, in the room. And I've said it before, perceptions is people's reality, whether we want to admit it or not. And so, you know, that touches areas such like of the Equity Council. You know, it's so simple, and we're complicating it, and you're probably in your head saying, well, there you go too, Flores, complicating the matters. It's their celebration, not ours. Our day has gone. I mean, we've already graduated. I really, in my opinion, and I'm sticking to it, think it's the adults trying to push this on the kids. It's my sole opinion. You know, you said, Mr. Dempsey, you know, well, I think you said, and correct me, let's just ask them. I wish I could ask you, but I think some of you would say no. I don't know why. I wish I could ask you. And, you know, you said something earlier, Ms. Murillo, you know, which you kind of offended me in a way, but when you said I'm respecting my principal, Victoria Lopez, I'm not disrespecting you by any means by doing this. I don't want the impression to be that Laura Flores is out to get any of you, because that's not my intention. My intention is to what's right for kids. So with that being said, I think it's a good thing that we tabled it and give us time to look at this. And I just can't believe, you know, at the same time that students aren't here to voice their concerns. It's like it's the adults bickering back and forth, back and forth. You know, food for thought is that why can't we have the kid? Why aren't there kids here trying to advocate for themselves? I don't know. I'm going to conclude there. So, Mr. Castillo.
I'll ask, I mean, this isn't going anywhere, right? So which, you know, as a group, which policy best fits you.
This one, I think you guys had mentioned this. Click A, right? Yeah, this is the one that you all mentioned to me was A, right? Just adding in about the. I'm sorry, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey.
Go ahead.
The ladies did share with me. My apologies. A was the one that they felt the best because really it's the kind of the policy we have, but then sort of codifying, I think, what we expect as a community about the formality of the ceremony and all that kind of stuff, and making sure parents have communicated them ahead of time the agreement. The superintendent reads the agreement. I think we talked as a group and felt that was a good way to again further codify as a community, as you heard from the ladies, what we feel a graduation ceremony would be. And so that was kind of the discussion as we were finishing these that the ladies did share.
Thank you.
Any other further questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Wagama. Thank you, ladies, for your presentation this evening. Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion item 11A, Gadsden Middle School Replacement Project, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Vela and a team is going to help her.
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. We now have Gadsden Middle School Replacement Project for discussion. As you may know, we will be replacing the middle school, and the new middle school will serve students for 6 to 8 grades. We have been working very hard with a great committee and to get this design. Here with me, we have our architect.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to ask the audience to refrain from speaking sidebar conversations, please. Thank you very much. Go ahead, ma'am.
Here with me is the architect. Is there from Decker Press Sabatini. It's Juan Dorado and Juan Gallegos. We also have Juan Gallegos. He's in the back. He's staying in the back. and Juan Dorado is going to help me to present the design, the plans, and the timeline of this project. Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. I'm very happy to be here with you all tonight and very privileged to be speaking to the community of Gadsden Independent School District and to present your update to the design process of the Gadsden Middle School project. And so on our agenda tonight, since we haven't had the opportunity yet to come and talk to you about the design process, we just wanted to tell you about where we are currently in the phase of design and how we're proceeding forward into now the bidding phase and approval by PSCOC and PSFA. We're going to talk about the project schedule, existing site, also the thought and process that went into the design process, how to make this school and ensure that it perfectly fits your community and the community that it's serving is reflected within the building itself. And then we'll also take a look at some of the building views to see the development of the school at the completion of 100% construction documents. I do want to take a moment to pause at this time. There has been a lot of work that has gone into this project, and this project would not be possible at all without the strong leadership team that you have at your Gadsden Independent School District administrative team, and most importantly, the folks that had direct input on steering the design process for this new middle school. And so at this time, I do want to I see a few committee members here tonight, so I want to ask them just to stand and be recognized, and for their hard work that they had. Yep, we got one in the back there, and then a few others, so yep, give them a round of applause. They would make time in the evenings after a long day of school with the students to spend another 2 hours with us looking at spreadsheets. At the beginning, not all of them were excited about the spreadsheets, but they spent a lot of time with us going through the spreadsheets, and then we got to the fun stuff for the design and scheme selection and materials. But just a great job all around by our design committee, who really made sure this school was going to serve you all very well. The new middle school is designed to serve 1,082 students, as Nancy mentioned, in grades 6 through 8. Currently, we are at the completion of the construction document process, so we have concluded the design process to date, and we are now moving into the bidding phase going forward. And so the drawings were wrapped up at the end of March, and now they are going through PSFA approvals and CID approvals, which after that process is complete, we can then proceed to bidding for the project. And so after the bidding phase concludes, which we're estimating at this time in the schedule that we have, will conclude at the end of May. A contractor selection will occur from there after the scoring process is completed, and then we will then go to PSCOC for approval of that award after the discretion of the board approvals for that contractor selection on the project. And then we will get to break ground. So very exciting to see how that process is moving forward. Here is a view of your existing campus now. I've heard there's some Panther alumni in the room, some middle school Panther alumni. So lots of community pride that goes into this facility, and we wanted to make sure that our facility was going to, as it's replacing the majority of the facility, really reflect what the values of this school were going to be. And so our plan for demolition of the existing campus is all the buildings that you see in red, but the existing gym will remain, and we're going to be adding some additional space to support that gymnasium and the PE and athletics program at Gadsden Middle School. Of course, the site analysis of the project, we had to take a look at all of the areas of the community that were really surrounding where the middle school was, look at, of course, the adjacency of the river, and a lot of thought process went into it, really looking at the site as a whole, zoomed out level. And then from there, we really started to formulate concepts to make sure that this building was going to really reflect the area that it serves. And so some concepts that were derived to lead us to our design that we're presenting today was we started to look at, as a whole, the current orientation of the campus. We wanted to pay homage to the existing gymnasium that we're keeping and make sure that the campus really reflects some of those angles that have been on the campus for years and years now. And then we took a look at just the concept of the orchards that surround the actual middle school now, and how that drawing on the left, the concept of a pecan, really having that protective outer shell and protecting the contents inside, really, thinking about our students and our academics, how the building could serve this community, and that type of concept of really thinking about that outer shell of protection while the inside begins to develop. So very cool stuff, and the committee had some great input on this to really lead us to our project moving forward. And so here is a site plan of the new middle school campus. Currently, the existing gym, of course, to get your bearings, is shown on the right. North is up, and the existing baseball field, softball field areas to the south. And so part of the scope of work will include, of course, reorganization of the parent drop-off and pickup, making sure that we can get that queuing off the road for that state highway onto the site for that pickup and drop-off to occur. And then looking at our bus routes and how we're servicing those now on the northeast side of the campus, and how that student circulation can then become part of coming into the campus and having that really, as we talked about, outer shell of protection, with the building serving as that really nice learning area that begins to formulate in the courtyard space that'll have opportunities for outdoor classrooms, some green space, and spaces for the students to hang out and be also safely just observed by the teachers that are monitoring outdoor activities during the time being. The top portion of the building that you see will house the administration to the top right, and then we'll dig into the plan here in a second. And then the 7th and 8th grade academics portion will be that longer section that is going east to west. And then we do have a 6th grade academics portion, which will be connected to the building under one roof, but yet to the south. As we're opening the school on day one, we're going to have that 6th grade academy as a part of this program. But we wanted to ensure that the school was flexible, that maybe in 20 years, 30 years, if the programs do change for the subject matter organization of the school, you can still have the ability to organize around your subject matter expertise and group those teachers together, potentially bringing the 6th graders into the school with the 7th and 8th graders. But day one, they will have their own academics wing connected to the school. We'll also have in green there a fine arts facility that you see there. And so the fine arts facility will service the music, band hall. There's also a great space to have outdoor performances that we've connected to that. And then that is really nicely, closely adjacent to the cafeteria and gym space, which is now on the other side, including now an auxiliary gym to help with those after-school practice times, really running simultaneous to one another. One thing that was really important why you see this facility being separate from the other two is now we can have a strong community involvement for after-hour use during games or different activities, that the entire school can then be separated for just the community flow through academic classrooms. So keeping that space separate is something the committee really elected to do to move forward. The program will also include a new track and field, so brand new track, new surface, and then also a turf field at the south side of the campus. Zooming in now to just the academics building, which was that top building we took a look at. This is looking at the floor plan, so breaking this down a bit, we have the special education area really nicely adjacent to the main administration space next to the ancillary spaces that will help support that area. And then we have, as you move out of the administration space, this is the front entry of the building here to the top right of the school. And so that main entryway, as we have one entry now into the school for the public that is safe and secure, we'll have a security vestibule. Visitors will have to check in at the front office. All other doors during campus operations will remain locked. So there's really only one area for the public to enter and then, of course, be interacting with the administrative staff. Most of the time, 90% of the traffic that occurs at a school leaves after their business concludes at the administration office. So it was important to us to have all of these facility services close to that front entryway. As we make our way down this longer portion of the wing, that is the 7th and 8th grade academics portion. So we do have the subject matter classrooms of math, English, and social studies, and then labs directly across the classroom hallways to support those spaces. And then we have kind of a soft transition here. As you can see, it's all connected, but there is a separate transition here as you move into the 6th grade area, which then kind of has the same services of the academic classrooms and labs to support. And this building will, of course, be 2-story, so looking at the 2nd story, we'll also have pretty much the same plan layout as the 1st floor for those academic spaces to support that student amount of activities. Now looking at the fine arts building, these are the spaces that will support the fine arts. So we have a nice band hall, other support spaces for that fine arts activity program, along with individual ensemble rooms, group practice rooms, and spaces that really are going to lend itself now to having a nice band room to have those really great music programs continue that we were fortunate to observe during our campus operations. And then finally moving over to the gym space, so the main gym will remain here. We're going to be replacing finishes in that gymnasium, reorganizing the locker rooms to support some of the goals the committee had for how that gym facility operates. Looking at the restrooms, we're going to be adding, at this portion of the building at the hallway is where the existing gym stops, and then we're adding this additional scope to the top for the new cafeteria, which is on the north side of this slide, new kitchen space, and then a new auxiliary gym to support that athletics facility. And so here is an aerial view of the new campus. So this is now looking towards the south. So to get your bearings, Washington Street is on the bottom here. And then here's that new parent pickup and drop-off loop with a lot of parking to support that activity of the parent pickup and drop-off. We have a dedicated staff parking area too. And then adjacent to that is the new bus loop that we're going to have here. We're doing infrastructure upgrades to the campus as well for water and sewer. So that we're really excited to see how that's going to perform with the new campus. I know the committee definitely was. Then you can see the academics wing here that we just showed a plan of. Now looking at the front door, which is located here. So the main administration area has eyes on that front drop-off pickup area for plenty of supervision as visitors and students move into the school. And then at the bus drop-off, this is that secondary student entry that will funnel them into the main courtyard space and or cafeteria in the morning for breakfast. Here's the gym space in the back, which is towards the top left of the slide. And then the fine arts building, which is located here. The new track and field will go back here in this area to the top of the slide that you currently see. Here's a view looking along Washington Street back towards the south. So we really wanted to ensure that the colors of the facility were very strategically used, but still provided some excitement at the middle school level. And we wanted to make sure that the entryway was definitely announced and designated this to visitors as this is where you enter the building. Here's now a view as you walk into the main entry. So the top floor is the library, so you're really going to get some great activity from the students even at the bottom level to have spaces to move up and down on the first and second story for that circulation to occur and use of the library to really remain prominent and media center to remain prominent at the front of the building, but yet on that student level to keep that access. Here now is a view looking from the south to the north. So the north side, the top of the slide is Washington Street. So you'll get a good view of the gymnasium back here. Track and field will be below, fine arts building. And then you can now see how that courtyard begins to engage a lot of those student activities for those outdoor classrooms and also the student areas that they hang out. Basketball, of course, was pretty popular, so we want to make sure we got all of these different activities for the students to have with good supervision as you look out to the campus. And then as we get into that interior courtyard, you can see how those spaces really begin to develop. If you're a staff member standing here, you get great observation of the courtyard space for the students to use. And then as you enter from the bus lane, so here is the view coming from this direction for students. Of course, there will be the fencing required, that we're going to have that safe, secure boundary of the interior courtyard, but now you can see that view as you come into the school where that gymnasium would be. So this would be a great space to really designate for that student entry from the buses. And then here's a view looking back the other way from the courtyard space. So that's looking out that direction. Here's a view of the Fine Arts Building. So the Fine Arts Building really designated, we tried to really have that same tie-in of all the signage of the school, so as the students are circulating between classes, you definitely denote where that fine arts space is. And then here's a view, as we were just talking earlier, of that front secure vestibule, which is off to the right of this image, and how the parents would enter that front lobby area. And this individual that sits at the front desk has good observation back out to the parking lot space. And then this door will remain locked, and then when the individual has checked in, they can be released into the school. And so as I mentioned, this is a first and second story, so we're going to have circulation between the first and second floor, kind of at that main area of the crook of the building where you come into the first admin space. And then some views again looking back down the main stair corridor. And then we want to provide areas for the students, of course, to circulate up and down, so we have some intermediate stairs throughout the corridor that the students will primarily use coming from the first floor to the second floor classrooms for the school. And then here's a typical corridor space of how those classroom entries are denoted. So we're going to have a lot of really great space and opportunities for students to potentially have some adjacent classroom, out of the classroom activities, maybe for some individual group activities as you walk through the space. And then again, a view of a typical classroom within the school itself. And then here's a view of the science labs as you go through the school here. So having those really high tables, lots of flexible space to have for them to perform those projects. And then a view of the cafeteria. So that's the new cafeteria that's directly adjacent to the gym. And then here's a view of that second story media center. So this is looking back from the window towards the circulation desk, but you'll see it'll have plenty of natural light in the space. We did the lower shelving, so we could have great supervision of the library. You don't have any high shelving in there. And we double checked the volume of books, so we were able to get everything that the school had requested in that space. And then now here's a view as you enter the library, and you'll see all of those windows for connection. You're going to get that great northern light for those spaces to have some good engagement of the outdoors really in the space. And then now going into the Fine Arts Building, here is a view of the music room. And so you can see here's that direct connection to the outdoor stage, so the students can prep in here and then get ready to go out for maybe a summer concert performance or spring performance. And so at this point, as I mentioned earlier, our next steps that we're moving forward with on the project, PSFA review and permit will conclude in April, and then moving into the bidding phase in May, and then board approval in June after the selection of a contractor has been scored and recommended. And then PSCOC approval, we are targeting the July 2024 date. That's the date schedule that has been provided to us, so we'll hit that date for PSCOC. And then after that, the construction phase will commence. And so those abatements of the existing facilities will take place before demolition can then proceed by the general contractor. And then that's when the demolition of those existing facilities begins under the construction phase. So at this time, the start of school is scheduled for July 2026, and very excited to see this project moving forward. So at this time, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey, we stand for questions.
Questions, comments, concerns? Mrs. Rodriguez.
Just one question on the, I was looking through the slides again, and I might have missed, where are the elevators?
That's a great question. So let me go back to the floor plan. Okay, so this is the building, the only building on campus that has the first and second story, and the elevators are directly adjacent to the main circulation. And one, I think I'm pointing to my hair, right? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, we got one here, and then there's one also in the 6th grade academy. So 2 elevators to service the opposite sides of the building. Yes, thank you. There we go. That's the view I was looking for. There we go, right there and right here. Thank you.
Ms. Murillo.
With that, is the building gonna be ADA, like the whole building? Because I know there's some classrooms or restrooms that, you know, wheelchairs cannot go in.
Madam President, Board Member Murillo, thank you so much for that question. So yes, as design professionals, we are required to design to the ANSI accessibility code. And so the restrooms, it's kind of tough to see on this view here, but the restrooms are ADA accessible. Each of them provide an ADA accessible stall, especially at the group restrooms. And then in the single family or assembly restrooms that you see in the gymnasium, those will have a dedicated space for not just an accessible restroom, but also a family space, changing tables, etc. So yes, ma'am. And that was also a requirement, of course, as soon as you go to a 2nd story, to have those elevator circulation points for them to travel up and down. Going further, door clearances, things of that nature. Even at the back area where the nurse is, you know, we have space for, let's say, a gurney in case of an emergency response occurs to get out of the building at a 4-foot wide door. So those thoughts have been taken into account, and we have reviewed those with the design committee, and they'll also go through the code approval process with the state of New Mexico.
Awesome, thank you. And just a comment, amazing building. I was just telling Mr. Dempsey, when is Santa Teresa next?
Thank you.
I want questions and comments. That's awesome that Gadsden Middle School is going to have a track and field, because I was going to ask, is there going to be, they've never had a real one, so that's awesome to see that that's in place. One of my questions is, how about all gender restrooms? So are those going to be located next to your other restrooms throughout the building? Because in some schools nowadays, I really don't think it's correct, personal opinion, for individuals to have to go to like the other side of the, you know, they should be available throughout the campus.
Thank you, Madam President. So in response to that question, we always sit down at the beginning of the design process with the schools and look at, you know, how the restroom layouts are going to occur with the goals that the district has set forward. And so at this time when we design this project, we have spaces throughout the building that are single-use restrooms that are gender-neutral spaces. And so those can be used by students, and I think the school will also work with the administrative team to program as the facility begins to be used, at what level those should be used over time, and if they have to look at the staff restrooms and other spaces to provide some of those. In the assembly areas, which are, I'm calling the gymnasium space, you can see these 2 individual spaces are directly adjacent to these restrooms here. So in some cases, we do have them directly adjacent. In other cases, we have them just down the hall a little bit, but they are sprinkled in equilateral areas throughout the building.
And then the band room, just curious, are they going to have like individual practice rooms?
Madam President, yes, they will. So you can see some of these spaces that we have set on the side and some other areas that we have open. Those are dedicated for sound booth ensemble rooms where you can have individual practice, or you can have like small, like 4-person practices that would be isolated from the band room itself. So those spaces will be provided through on the adjacencies to the band room.
I was going to say, can you point to the band room?
Yes, the band room is here. And so we have some of these open spaces that you see here. Right now, these are the built partitions that we see. Those are equipment items that get brought in and are acoustically rated equipment that we install within the actual periphery of the band room. Much like we don't see the instrument storage here, that's equipment that is shown on a different plan. So we do have a space designated for those that are specified in our plans to be installed.
And the fine arts building obviously has restrooms too.
Yes, those restrooms are located, that's what I thought, yes, here. Okay, there we go, thank you.
And do we have gender neutral restrooms there too?
I'm looking for the individual stall, but I believe we do. Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
One second. I want to make sure we respond to your question correctly. So 1 second.
That would be that one.
Thank you. Yep. So just to vocalize that for the folks watching online, the group restrooms are at the southeast side of the plan, and then here's the individual restroom here.
And then the gymnasium. I know it's not a high school, but so like visiting teams will enter the locker rooms and they'll be big enough for the opposing team or whatever to.
Yes, Madam President. Yes, ma'am. So the locker rooms are situated directly to the northwest side of the gymnasium. It was important as well that we had separate entries for the teams. So there's one for the home visitor side, and then, one for the home side, and then one for the visitor side. During non-game activities, we have individual boys and girls locker rooms adjacent to those. So those are located here, and so we did large locker rooms throughout here and on this side as well, along with the coach's office, official changing spaces, and support areas.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam
Anybody else?
President.
Mr. Castillo, no questions? No. Thank you so much for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to discussion item 11B, budget timeline. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, so I just want to give you a little bit of a feel for our budget timelines. We were notified recently that May 22nd is the deadline for our submission for the budget. So we typically work our way backwards from that. And so we'll have a budget review. April 30th, department budgets are due, and we have to design an ed plan from our academic services. Ms. Hernandez is already working on that piece. May 13th, board member and community workshop on the budget. We'll get that advertised to everybody. May 16th, you'll get some individual budget booklets that are provided by our finance department. And then May 21st, special board meeting for budget approval. So I'll ask that Ms. Delgado get that advertised, and then ask that you get that on your calendar so that we're prepared to meet the PED's deadline for our budget submission.
Questions? I had a question, sir. So I know Mr. Wogemuth had mentioned, and he's absolutely right, without a calendar, we can't even begin to create a budget. But my question would be is, and I know on May 16 up there, it's listed board member, but no, May 13th is the board member community workshop. Why don't we, like, regardless that we were waiting on PED, ask surveys, asking the community, like, input, because I have noticed other districts, one of the biggest ones, Albuquerque, posting on Facebook, the one north from us, requesting input from the community, from stakeholders. Why haven't we done that this year?
Madam President, board members, I don't think it's been a process that we've used in the past. If you recall this community workshop, I don't think it's ever been attended by more than 5 community people in my 8 years. Now, board members, yes, but I don't recall more than 5 community members from anywhere ever attending.
No, and you're absolutely right. It's very limited, the amount of folks, but I think we need to work on reaching out to the community. Maybe they don't know what they don't know, and that's why they don't come out. But if maybe not for this year, but next year, just trying to reach out to the community for their input, because one of the things that they'll quickly do is criticize us as board members. Well, you say there's no money, but then at the same time, providing that opportunity for feedback and going above and beyond like we do to advertise it, so that they can have input, would be appreciated. I don't know if we can do anything at this year, because I know it's a time crunch.
Madam President, I think we could do two things. One, I'll just remind us that next week, I believe Monday is the first stakeholder meeting for community input for the strategic plan. And so when people are asking for certain things, that's a budget conversation, whether we see it that way or not. It really is when they're asking for something. Those will happen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then I could do some type of a parent survey of something of that nature and gather some feedback that way. I think that would be an easier route to do it. The reason I'm a little hesitant to schedule a night, it's just really hard to find a time in April, and then when we get to May, there's just almost impossible.
No, and so it doesn't have to be this year because there's a time crunch, but just for the future.
Oh, okay.
That we plan accordingly, so that people feel that they have input, and then hopefully maybe those budget workshop meetings will one day be well attended by community members.
Absolutely. Yeah, we
And
can work on
students
that in
and
the future.
parents,
Sure.
everybody. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Thank you, sir, on that topic. Moving on to discussion item 10C, resolution support for local control. Superintendent Dempsey.
So, Madam President, board members, we do have this year, quite a bit of conflict around the calendar rules that were initially adopted by PED, and I had a superintendent call today, and there's still quite a bit of conflict around it. The body that represents the superintendent, New Mexico Superintendents Association, and the larger body, which is the Coalition of Educational Leaders, have asked districts to do one of two things, or both. One is pass a resolution emphasizing the support for local control. And Mr. Snowdy, if you'll click on that hyperlink, I think it'll give you an example. We're obviously in a discussion item. So when you get a chance, let's read through that, see if I missed some things. I tried to put something together that I think emphasizes it, but I also, one of the things that I sense a little bit from some of my colleagues across the state is I want to be sure that people in Santa Fe that make decisions understand that I have a high academic expectation. And if you're not careful with this conversation, it almost can sound like I just want to do what I want to do, and if my school is not performing, well, I still want to keep doing what I want to do. And I don't think that's fair to our kids across our state. And so I tried to weave some of that in, but I may have missed it. But this gives you a chance to take a look at it, and then we can tweak it and bring it back. And the other option, which honestly I don't recommend, you can tell me differently, is to provide financial support for litigation. And they're asking for, right now, $500 for each district to support a litigation effort to, right now, get a temporary restraining order against the rule, and then possibly, take it to court if they choose that. I think the likelihood of that helping Gadsden kids, one of the things I'm pretty passionate about is every dollar we receive, we try to put that to work for kids. It's hard for me to give other districts money when I want to put it to work for Gadsden kids, because that's who's, we're supposed to be taken care of. So, and you can tell me differently, and we can have open conversations about it. We can change our mind at any time. But as we're going to the region meeting in Cowcroft, you may be asked if you're participating. I think you can say, yeah, we've passed a resolution. We do believe in school boards and the School Boards Association. And we chose not to take a financial stand at this point, unless you tell me differently.
Questions, comments? I had a question. So the moment when you said they're asking for $500 for litigation, so that's not a one-time thing?
Well, it's a one-time thing right now, but if it continues, then they're going to ask again, and they're going to ask again. And so, how much are we committing to here? And right now, our calendars that we have proposed to our community, got input on, and now passed, all meet the criteria that they set.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Okay. Moving on to discussion item 10D, resolution commitment to safe and secure 11D, resolution commitment to safe and secure communities. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, it's been a week or so that I was briefed by some of our local officials and Border Patrol in some potential concerns that we have here in Sunland Park. And I will say that part of it has to do with the way our neighboring state of Texas handles some of their laws that were just, I believe, heard at the Supreme Court and supported, which may increase traffic, migrant traffic, in the Sunland Park area specifically. So trying to, I probably should, let me rewind, start the conversation with, somebody said this to me when I first got here, and I'm always going to carry this. An educated world's a better world. For me as a public school administrator, whoever comes to the door, that's who I'm going to teach to read and write. That's it. And I go no further with any other conversation about it, right? However, there are implications for when we're here, right? Because of our area, there's implications. And so this is a commitment basically to say, look, we want to work together with the city of Sunland Park, with the county, and the city is already committed to this resolution. They're already really, I think, ready to pass it in the next couple days or weeks. And I've worked with Mr. Infante. So, and this is also work with Representative Lara, who's trying to help. If there's a surge, there's going to need to be supports. And part of it could be humanitarian efforts, and part of it, it is also enforcement efforts. If our state, maybe what I'm trying to convince our state leaders is, let's, as a state, assume the humanitarian responsibilities, and then our other partners can take care of what they do and are trained to do. And I will share that I sent an email to my contact with the governor's office. I almost within 24 hours, I received a call from the General Aguilar, who's in charge of New Mexico National Guard. And he briefed me, and it was good to know that he's being brought up to speed on a weekly basis of this. He's in contact with leadership. And so he is watching. So that's probably, for me, all I kind of really needed. But I think it is something that as they were asking, and Representative Lada was asking, how do we, this is one effort to work together to say, hey, let's try to solve this, because this may not be easy. As we move into summer months, as it gets warmer, our campus could have more and more impact here, and we kind of need to be a little poised to manage it. But again, another resolution, take a look at it. What did I miss? We can adjust it, bring it back to me, and then we'll work.
Go ahead, Ms. Maria.
I just have a question. Would this be made public with all partners at the table? The reason that I'm asking is because I think it's nice to set the tone, because right now there's so many negative perceptions out there that Sunland Park thinks this, and Santa Teresa High School is doing this, and it's not true, because I'm getting those calls and I have to explain a lot of this. And so I know also our senators and representatives are receiving those calls. So now they're being pulled apart from Las Cruces that, well, if you guys are not gonna receive this in a positive way, then Las Cruces will intervene on our end. And I don't like that division that is being created out there. So I don't know if there's something, if it was already in the plan script, and if not, just think about maybe something positive putting out there.
Madam President, Ms. Murillo, I really, and I would take any guidance you can help, but the goal with Mr. Infante and I and Representative Lada was to absolutely do what you're describing. Work together in unison to try to come up with a reasonable solution. We all have resources, and how do we support that work and effort? And they're probably, I think you're probably right. We understand that immigration is a tricky conversation. From a public school, we got to be really careful, right, where we go with that. And we don't want anybody to perceive that we're taking any side, if you will, but we still have campuses and students and families, and they all of them deserve to be safe. And so that was the only goal, and I would take any guidance you might have to help keep that as a unified message. Mr. Infante and I know Representative Lara are committed to that.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you, sir. Moving on now to discussion item 10E, update on school resource officer, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Ortega is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. I'm here to provide an update on the School Resource Officer Program for Gadsden ISD. Gadsden ISD continues to seek out assistance with Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office and surrounding law enforcement agencies to provide law enforcement services to our campuses. Unfortunately, we continue to have the same issue with Doña Ana County, which is the chief law enforcement agency for the county, to come to the table and provide some sort of resolution and conversation and try to explore some avenues on this. And of course, I have sent out emails and made telephone calls reference to that. Thank you. And of course, for whatever reasons, I'm assuming that they've been given a standing order not to communicate with the district or myself on this particular topic. But that's just basically the assumption that I'm getting when I do reach out to the command and control of Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office. However, we continue to strive to try to meet some sort of open dialogue with them. So I'm hoping that over time we will have some resolution on some options that they can provide us in providing that law enforcement presence on our campuses. Of course, I've also reached out to New Mexico State Police, and of course, they pretty much have already told me that currently they don't have the current manning table to provide presence on our campuses. Now, that's not to say that when I do contact them, that if we need some law enforcement presence on a campus for whatever reason to provide that situation awareness, and they're more than happy to assist us on that. But they stop short of telling me that they can dedicate somebody to any particular area or district simply because of the fact that they're subject to calls. And so, again, that's just something that I like to say that they're a willing participant, but just like every other agency that's in this geographical area and across the United States, they're just having a very bad manning table problem. And what I mean by that is they're not hiring, or nobody wants to go into law enforcement for whatever reason, for that matter. Of course, Gadsden ISD continues to have a good working relationship with the city of Sala Park, and we do have school resource officers assigned to Santa Teresa High School and Santa Teresa Middle School. So that partnership with the city of Sala Park has been very fruitful, simply because of the fact that not only do they assist in providing presence at our campuses at the high school and middle school, they also conduct secondary presence at our elementary school. So in the event that we need them to patrol or provide a presence at any of our elementary schools in the south within the jurisdiction of Sutherland Park, they're more than happy to assist. And they've been very cordial on that. So we have a very good working relationship. So we've been working, Sutherland Park PD has been working with the district for 2 years. So this will be the 24-25 year will be the 3rd year. So it's all based on a memo of understanding, the MOU. So we're very supportive. They're very supportive with us. So we have a very good working relationship with the agency there. You know, and aside from all this, apart from Sutherland Park and providing law enforcement presence, countywide, because the majority of our campuses are located in the county, it's very difficult to provide that presence on a consistent basis. And the only time you'll see law enforcement on our campus is if we summons them because of an event or a potential event or an event that is considered a threat to student safety or the campus in general. They will come out and provide their presence. But that, in my eyes, is very fruitful because without that kind of support, it'd be very difficult to get them out there for any other reason other than that. So now, where does that lead us on this options of providing the law enforcement presence on our campuses? Well, first and foremost, we have to, as a district, we have to follow the guidelines that is presented by NIPSIA, which is the New Mexico State Insurance Authority. They are the insurance carrier of the district, and they are the ones who put out the guidelines that allow for armed security or law enforcement officers to be on our campuses. So there's only three options that can occur. Now, why do I say this? Because we've already done one of the options, which is the very first one, where the district reaches out to a local law enforcement agency to provide contractual services to the campus, providing law enforcement presence. Now, as you all know, that we were in communication with Doña County on the onset, but again, some things have arisen to where they may have taken one step back to reevaluate the whole the philosophy of placing peace officers on school property. And so, again, just reiterating what I initially said is that we continue to have that open line of communications in hopes that they will come to the table and provide some sort of resolution for us. Now, that leads us to option number 2 under NIPSIA. In order to have armed security guards on our campuses, okay, we can contract with an outside security agency. We have already begun the process of submitting an RFP, which is a proposal bid for an outside security agency to provide the services to our campuses. And of course, I provided the scope of duties as part of that RFP in order to see if any outside agency is willing to submit their bids or their proposals. As of this date, I have not received no proposals or the unwilling of outside agencies. Now, I have went ahead and advised the district to go ahead and re-advertise for that RFP in hopes of maybe gaining some traction on other outside agencies that are licensed, so long as they're licensed in the state of New Mexico. They could be an agency outside of New Mexico, but so long as they have the level 3, then we can open up contractual negotiations with that agency. And as of this date and time, we haven't gotten any of that. So as part of this NIPSIA standards providing armed security and law enforcement on campus, we have to follow that tier. So right now, we are in tier number 2, or option number 2. So we have to give it enough time to come to fruition to see if any agency outside that is involved in security, armed security, that's a level 3, which is required by NIPSIA, to submit their bid. We'll be more than happy to entertain it. Okay? Now, option number 3 is the last option that NIPSIA will consider providing armed security on our campus. And option number 3 recalls for option number 1 and option number 2 are no longer available or attainable. And what I mean by that is that if a district is simply unable to contract with a local or county law enforcement agency to provide law enforcement services to our campus, then we default to Plan B, which is option number 2, which is going through the RFP route. In the event that we get no traction, nobody submitting a proposal to provide services for the district, now the NIPSIA will allow the district to hire its own in-house security. But I must say this, they did tell me that they frown that now, simply because of the fact that the liability that it carries. And of course, anybody that is hired in-house as an armed security guard, of course, they have to be a level 3, they have to go for a psychological, and as part of the NIPSIA guidelines, they will all have to be given separate contracts aside from their base salary because of the liability that's already implemented and is already being proposed because you're carrying a weapon. So again, these are the 3 that we are following under NIPSIA guidelines. We've already explored number 1. We're still hoping for something to come about. Now we're exploring option number 2 in hopes that we get traction. Now, option number 3, if that is the only other option we have, then I would seriously give it some consideration to possibly explore that, because I can quite frankly, I can tell you that not all of my security personnel are going to want to carry. There's a few that already voiced that they can, and they would go for the training. But again, all of this is based on the fact that they passed their psychological. That psychological is the same psychological test that police applicants have to go through. It's no different. And the district must enter a different contract with that employee to carry a weapon, aside from their base salary. So, to summarize, we are following everything that is outlined under NIPSIA. We continue to explore the idea of law enforcement with Doña Ana County. We are starting the process, or we're continuing the process of the RFP in hopes of probably having an outside armed security guard company submit a proposal. But in the event that 1 or 2 are not attainable, then option 3 is on the table. So that's where we're at on the SRO update. I stand for questions.
Questions, comments? Mrs. Murillo.
So I have a comment because I've been looking into the process of, I'm not applying myself, but helping someone to get into the state police. And the classes are going to begin in August of this year. So the deadline is, the deadline was yesterday. Never mind. I was going to announce. You guys can go ahead and apply. But no, the deadline was yesterday. So the classes for the State Police Academy starts in August. Then there were some changes with the Sheriff's Department. So now supposedly they can hire faster and move more efficiently. So something's happening in the process of the hiring, because I had a couple of people that applied, so manpower hopefully won't be an issue. And so according to some of the officers, it's working. And I'm going to go back to the very first, the beginning of the conversation of this meeting. Relationships matter. I myself, I have to call and use my network when I go into home visits because some houses are not safe. And I do call, and I know we have an amazing partnership with a lot of people. And I know, because I've been around here, this area lately a lot, where I see people crossing, I see people trying to go into some of the facilities, not with the district. And so, I mean, the call that response is amazing. And it's not just Sunland Park Police Department, it will be Border Patrol, it's just amazing. So I feel pretty safe in my community that if something happens, it's not gonna take 5-7 minutes. I think it's gonna be an immediate response. I can't say that for every other school, but what I've seen, it's working. Something's working here. So I do think relationships and network matters. I'm going to ask you, how can we help as board members? What do you need from us?
Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, I think the key here is, you've already alluded to it, is communication. And I always use the term, we have to extend that olive branch. We have to have that open communication. And I believe that in order to achieve that I believe we have to contact our elected officials in order to get some traction. Again, it's, for whatever reason why agencies don't feel that law enforcement should be on school campuses is far in between. And being on a campus, it's really a deterrent. It's not, they're not there to engage in student conduct or enforcing student conduct, it's presence. I'd rather have them there and not need them, or they're not gonna be needed and then need them at a later date. But again, developing that working relationship with those agencies is the key. And of course, we have an open door policy. We're willing to work with anyone on that. And so, and just getting back to your comment about New Mexico State Police, some of my security officers have already joined New Mexico State Police and Border Patrol. So this is something of a first because it's never happened in recent memory from what I've been told that law enforcement are coming to me for recruits. So that says a lot about the district, that we are promoting a well-mannered, a well-rounded individual to go into the world of law enforcement, because not everybody can be a police officer. It's not for everybody. But I feel very proud that, but I don't take all the credit that they do come and they try to recruit. I have New Mexico State Police call. Do we have any applicants who are considering or want to join? Sure, I got a few. There are the names. I mean, I feel disheartened that they leave. Of course, that puts us at a strain, our current manning table. But I believe that it also serves a purpose because they know where they can get well-rounded individuals that have been trained and know the understanding of what the duty of being a peace officer calls for. So, but yes, just to summarize, Trustee Murillo, is that yes, we do need that open communication. And any type of communication with any elected official that can bring us to the table and find a resolution, that's a positive step.
And I apologize for my uneducation in this area, but can we do any type of contracts with the National Guard?